Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates and international community all over the world. The second day of the International Conference on Strategic Innovative Marketing and Tourism is starting. We are on live stream. My name is Androniki Kavoura from the University of West Attica, Greece, that is organizing this conference for the 9th year. And this year is especially devoted to COVID-19 related issues on management, tourism, marketing, technologies, and communication. Let me present two friends, because in Icsimat we are a friends community, academics who meet all over the world and try to join forces in our areas. Here I have two friends from Canada, Laurentian University. Laurentian University, they will host the conference in 2022. And please allow me to introduce you, of course, the members of the community know Natalia Totskaya, and she will say, she will greet conference delegates and our public. Natalia is an associate professor at the Faculty of Management, Laurentian University of Sudbury, and she teaches strategic management and international management at undergraduate and graduate levels. Her research interests are in the areas of entrepreneurship and development as a small and medium enterprises development in emerging markets, and the role of generic skills in the contemporary business environment. Natalia, please greet our conference.
So good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, as it is still morning in North America, and welcome to the second day of the conference. We had a great start yesterday with over 300 views, close to 400 views on the live YouTube channel. So I hope we'll have as many wonderful presentations today. It's a virtual setting this year, but I do hope that we will see you in Canada in 2 years and you'll have great experience there. So welcome once again.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Now we would like to have Steve Havlovic to give us a greeting.
Greetings from Canada. I'm pleased to serve this year as a co-editor with Natalia and Nikki on the conference proceedings. I would like to thank Nikki Kavoura for putting together our conference online, which focuses on COVID-19 this year. I think this is particularly important given that the world is now seeing a second wave with this virus and our papers are quite timely. I hope everyone continues to have a great conference. It was very impressive yesterday to hear the different research and opinions from around the world. As Natalia stated, Laurentian University will be hosting Icsimat conference in 2022, and we look forward to welcome everybody to our home here in Sudbury, as well as pre-conference opportunities to visit locations in Toronto, and post-conference opportunities to visit Niagara Falls. So I hope everybody continues to enjoy the conference, and we hope to see you in Canada in 2022.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Natalia. We have a very small video from Laurentian University. We played it also yesterday, but for those that they have not seen it, they may watch it again. And then we go to our invited speaker from Romania, that he will speak about a very interesting issue on the business of creating digital representation of people. Please allow us to show you the video for Laurentian, and we move on with our conference. Thank you very much for joining us. Now we have our invited speaker with a very interesting presentation on the business of creating digital representation of people. And we are going to listen CEO of ITC's 3D Inc., Mr. Victor Rukhimov, that he will make this conversation, this speech. Also, we have a nice surprise for you after this very nice speech. Please enjoy. Victor, please take the lead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. We are creating avatars for people for all kinds of applications, and we were in the business long before 2020, but 2020 has brought a significant change to the way all of us operate. Let me share my screen. Can you see my slides? Yes, perfect. So because of COVID, a lot of the industries have changed the way they work. A lot of the companies have gone remote, and this has put a significant stress on the real estate business because a lot of people are moving out from expensive areas to more cheaper areas because they don't have to travel back and forth to the office every day. International tourist arrivals are going to be down in 2020 as much as 3 to 5x compared to 2019, according to the World Tourist Organization. And a lot of the face-to-face meetings, a lot of the social interactions have been replaced by video calls. And services like Zoom have seen growth of like more than an order of magnitude. And it's not just business interactions, also entertainment has gone online. This is an example of company Start Playing Games that has just graduated from Y Combinator, and they are providing a service where you can play Dungeons and Dragons online. And Dungeons and Dragons is a type of a game that used to be only face-to-face, tabletop game. Now it's all online because people cannot meet due to COVID quarantine restrictions. And they are seeing huge growth during these times. So all of these, both business and entertainment, are going in video meetings right now. But video calls are really a bad alternative to the face-to-face meetings. People in square boxes are just so weird. I'm used to sharing the same three-dimensional space with other people, looking at the person whom I'm speaking to, and it's just so different. And because I have to see how I'm looking at on other people's screens, and I have to see my own background, I have to look at myself during video calls, and that contributes to Zoom fatigue. People are getting tired, all looking at themselves all the time, and the background doesn't make things more productive, because like people work from home, there are cats jumping on keyboards, there are children running in and shouting, and well, you're very well aware of all the challenges that video meetings have. So one way to address this is to have a meeting where people would share the same 3D space, and you can do this with a normal screen. It's better to do this with virtual reality or augmented reality, where you have a helmet and you put it on. And many companies are trying these formats right now. There's a company called Spatial, top left corner. They are doing social AR and VR meetings with realistic, recognizable avatars. Facebook Meetings is doing this with super cartoonish ones. There's companies that are doing that are using realistic avatars for all kinds of business training. And an example of this company is Motion, which is basically giving a big customer an opportunity to train their employees in virtual reality, which is right now even more important than before. So they are a customer of ours, and what they do is they come to a customer like T-Mobile, for example, and they create a 3D space that is like a T-Mobile retail spot. And they populate it with all kinds of realistic avatars, both employees and customers. And then employees are trained to handle all kinds of different situations that they are challenged with in the real store. For example, a disgruntled customer. And they're doing the same for customer care in hotels, like Best Western is their customer, and they're doing the same in medical space and so on. How we are helping them? Basically, we create a 3D model of person's head from a single selfie right here. So the top image is the input photo, and from that photo we create a 3D model. You can see it you can see the shape on the lower row and shape with texture on the second row. And not only we create shape and texture, we also animate these avatars so that they can speak and they seem live. We run focus groups both in the US and in Asia, actually in Europe too, these days, and we see that the avatars that we create are almost as recognizable as people's photos. So if you go into virtual reality and your friend goes there too, you're going to recognize him as much as you recognize him from a photo. So how do we do this? We have collected a data set of scans of heads of people with high quality 3D scanner. So there's shape and texture of a face that we render as an image. So we have the model, the 3D model and the frontal image, and we train a neural network that learns the relationship between these two objects on this large data set. And now, given an image, this neural network can predict what the shape is going to look like. And here are some more examples of the shapes of the avatars that we reconstruct. Actually, you can see that they're so realistic that we have trouble marketing our solutions sometimes because people don't realize this is a 3D model that is rendered and not just a photo on the screen. And our use cases range from computer games, social AR, VR apps, mobile apps like lifestyle and virtual fitting and e-commerce. And so this is, these are the links to our services. Like for developers, we have a product called Avatar SDK that you can sign up for. And if you're a consumer, we have created a virtual camera that shows your avatar instead of yourself in a video cam. And let me give you a quick demo of that product.
A very nice demo. Please watch. It is a very nice one.
So I'm gonna switch my camera now. So this is my avatar that is created from a single selfie. This is actually my passport photo taken 10 years ago. So I look a little bit younger here. I like it. And you can see that it's rendered on a virtual background, so you cannot see my real background, which is very useful for video calls, right? So somebody can walk behind me, you won't see it, and not a single pixel from my camera gets into your eyes. So what happens is the 3D model is rendered and it's animated using a combination of facial motion capture and audio lip sync. So my camera is tracking the position of my head, and based on what I'm talking, the animation moves my mouth. So it's pretty straightforward and it's easy to use, and you can download it from remoteface.ai. And we hope that this product will be very useful, not just for video calls, but also for all kinds of applications where you need always on presence and you feel uncomfortable sitting all the time in front of the ED camera that translates how you look. So I'm gonna stop here. I guess I'm out of time. So thank you very much for your attention. And are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Victor, for this presentation. I would like to ask you regarding COVID-related issues now that we all deal with. Do you think that we are going to continue more and more these avatars? Are they going to have a culture? Is culture going to have influence on the way avatars will operate and function?
Well, first of all, I sincerely hope that there's a medical solution to this problem and COVID goes away, like, I don't know, in the second or third quarter next year, as soon as possible. But even if that happens, I think given that a lot of different solutions are being developed right now for social interaction of people in the digital space, I think some of this solution will stick, and maybe people will. Obviously, right now there's no replacement for the face-to-face experience. I would really like to give this talk, like fly to Greece and give this talk in person. It's much nicer. but I think for some cases when you can't travel, I think there will be the way to engage more people in a conference or any kind of event by combining the offline and online solutions.
Okay, thank you very much, Victor, for this presentation. And all delegates and people that they have attended and are attending this event, they can go to Victor's website that they are developing these avatars and try for free their avatar, so long as they are using presentations, virtual presentations to communicate with people. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Okay. And now we move on with a video that has been created from Net Tour Work that shows what a community we are. It has photos from previous conferences that I hope that you enjoy it.
We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online.
Now we continue with our session, next session, that you will we will discuss issues on cultural and tourism perspectives. Today is the World Tourism Day, and of course we have as a session, many sessions in fact, because we also had yesterday tourism related issues. Of course, our conference is tourism and marketing and tourism, and please enjoy this session with our wonderful friends from all over the world. Please, the panel that we have is here. We have Zilmiya, we have Maria, we have Marina, and we have Nikos. We will start with Zilmiya's Campbell presentation. She will talk about rethinking management and promotion of tourist destinations amidst COVID-19, good practices and challenges. So, Zilmiya, please start your presentation.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening from Singapore. So it's evening here. From wherever you are, I would like to say hello. Let me just share my slides with you all. Just give me a minute. Okay. So. So our paper is called Rethinking Management and Promotion of Tourism Destination amidst COVID-19. So we're going to try to catalog good practices and identify the challenges, and also perhaps give a little bit of idea of the trends that are happening. This is a co-authored paper with a couple of my postgraduate students, Anish Goyal, Hassan, Nien Zen, and Saurabh and Vishnu. So our paper was broadly designed or structured around these two questions that you have in front of you. We were really curious, because we are going through a very unprecedented, pandemic crisis where each destination is coming up with their own measures, and each businesses are trying to cope in this pandemic and coming out with their own measures. So we wanted to look at how do tourism destinations and business manage and promote in the midst of a crisis like COVID-19, and through the multiple challenges that you face, and what measures can be taken by governments and business to help the tourism industry stay afloat amidst COVID-19. So our aim and objectives was to highlight the challenges and catalog, because it's very important at this point to catalog some of the best practices and measures taken by the industry and destinations worldwide, because each of us are like in our own bubble. We are having our own measures, and we need to share this, and this is perhaps a point where we can learn from each other as well as for the future. So we will also evaluate how business and destinations manage and promote during the COVID-19 crisis. And we will consider lessons from prior health crisis to help tourism sectors to control the disease and stabilize the economy and promote tourism. So I would like to begin this with the lessons we learned from SARS, because where I am right now in Singapore, we did face the SARS situation, the SARS epidemic, in 2003 and H1N1 in 2009. So it was a kind of a similar situation, and it'll be very interesting to look at these measures that were taken in 2003 and 2009 across, because SARS was mainly in Asia, across, Singapore and other parts of Asia. So some of the measures that they had taken up were travel restrictions, immediately shutting down or closing down, or lockdowns, thermal screening at international borders, and getting the infected to quarantine or stay home or to postpone their travel. At that point in 2003, even WHO recommended wearing protective masks, home isolation for those who have close contacts with patients, and providing temporary accommodation for healthcare workers. So if you see the pattern, it's quite similar to what was there in 2003, and that's why you see a lot of Asian countries are very comfortable in taking these measures again, whether it is the lockdown of the countries, or whether it is the wearing of the protective mask, or the extended screening, in terms of your health and while traveling. So it's good to start from here, and post this SARS and H1, it gives us a ray of hope that tourism actually bounced back in Asia, and Asia was one of the leading tourism destinations. So now we are with the COVID. COVID, again, unprecedented. Lots of mass unemployment currently happening, with many businesses shutting down, borders closing down. We going through months of lockdowns, and circuit breakers. But there is also inequality that has been arising in this pandemic, where a lot of the measures that are being taken by destinations, kind of, bring out the inequality in terms of the migrant workers, in terms of, refugees, in terms of a lot of people who are underprivileged or marginalized. It has also brought the focus around mental health because of, increased lockdown and less communication, less social interactions. So basically, previous publications, journal publications, academic publications, but we also had to use websites, news articles, and documents, because this is a very dynamic and currently happening pandemic. So our analysis was based on identifying some of the best practices and challenges that can that are there for tourism, using a thematic analysis. Our findings are based on 7 countries, as you see listed below and in the next following slide. We selected these countries based on their, the tourism industry's contribution to that industry, as well as to that destination, as well as how affected they are, So you would see ranging from Singapore, Italy, Spain, USA, Greece, China, and Japan. So we looked at all these different destinations, and we tried to look at, what are the measures they have taken, what are the challenges that have come up, in these destinations, and also what are the trends. So we managed to catalog this as, health-related practices in business, airports, and tourist attractions, and government support measures. So if you look at the health-related practices in our findings, the first thing is most obvious, safe social distancing. But this has also been conducted in many countries in a different way, use of stickers for queuing. In Singapore, I can tell you there's a robo dog that walks around the park, and it actually comes and tells you, to safe distance if you're close to someone. So There've been use of even cutouts of people, cutouts to safe distance in restaurants, even tapes to cross over one particular seating area so that they leave a gap. Wearing mask, in many of the Asian countries now, it's almost compulsory. Singapore, it is offense if you're not wearing a mask outside. As soon as you step outside, there's a fine for it as well. So it's quite a strict thing. The only time you can take it off is probably when you are eating. Then we have temperature screening at every place that you visit, or even if you're visiting a shop, a restaurant, a movie theater. Yeah, you will be surprised that we have the cinemas open partially, which I will also come to. We've also been doing contact tracing. Most of us have an app where we have to check in. So even in my own apartment, when I come back from outside, I need to check in, and when I leave my apartment, I need to check out. And same when we visit any mall or any shops or even our workplace, we need to check in and check out. And this way the government has an idea of who has visited where. So if you're tested for positive, it's easy to track who are the people who you would have had contact with. Increased sanitization and disinfection at tourism attractions and businesses, including use of sanitizing robots which spray around, and then of course the quarantine period, and opening partial capacity of certain areas, so we are opening in different phases. We are currently in phase 2 in Singapore, and we are slowly opening up to phase 3. So number of people you can dine with is controlled, and then in the different phase they will open up a little more. High contact areas have closed down until they come up with a solution. Apart from this, government support and measures, you can look at the list there. Financial support or subsidies have been given by many governments, and this is where also one of the inequality can come up, with richer destinations able to support more, and developing destinations and weaker economies not being able to give that much of subsidies. Then another thing is timely information and communication. We all in Singapore, we have a app. We have a WhatsApp message from the government every day of the number of cases that have happened, in number of positive cases, and where they have visited and what's the status, and also measures that are being taking place, and also advice on how we are reopening little by little. So there's timely information, and I think that is very important for businesses as well. Promotion to rekindle memories of destinations. So of course we cannot go and have a full-fledged marketing campaign, but at least we can rekindle the memories of that destination, and I know Greece does that well. And then paycheck protection programs, temporary refund for travel agencies and services, and then you can get deposits, guaranteed deposits, preferential tax measures for tourist enterprises. Okay, so even subsidies in terms of tax and reduction of tax, free online digital skills training to the viewers, virtual tourism platforms have increased, reduction of employers' social security, that the employer has to pay, even in terms of contribution for non-occupational contingencies. joint funding of unemployment, multi-train or multi-skill training programs to be implemented. Then data analytics. There's in the case of Singapore, again, there's a lot of data that's being collected, and the Singapore Tourism Board actually analyzes and makes it available at a platform where businesses can be better informed in their decision making. Partial cover-up of third-party cleaning fees for hotels that accommodated confirmed or suspected cases. So if there are hotels that have, positive cases, the government actually helps in the cleaning fees for the hotel and disinfection process that needs to be, at least partial cover that needs to be done. Waiver of license fees for hotels, travel agents, and tour guides. Then, of course, travel bans to countries that have a lot of positive cases. Travel bubbles and lanes where you're opening up to certain places. And of lately, in Singapore, Thailand, and a couple of even I know in Tasmania as well, in this region of Asia Pacific, they have also started giving tourism vouchers, because it's not only the business that you need to support, but you need to keep the economy running. So you need to get the people to also spend, and this spending can only happen in these times of reduced income and losing of jobs, by offering tourism vouchers for them to come and spend. So these are some of the findings that we had from looking at all the different selected countries. We also noticed that during the COVID-19, the promotion in terms of tourist destinations was very mellow. The UN WTO launched several campaigns where they tried to, as I had mentioned earlier, rekindle memories of that destination by sharing pictures, videos of the destination with hashtags of travel tomorrow. By staying home today, we can travel tomorrow, and just to encapsulate a message of solidarity among the tourism destinations and businesses in such times. Then tourism boards of different countries also had several campaigns to reach out to customers. Very subtle way. Norway's website launched the Dream Now, Visit Later, and UK Bringing Britain to You. South Africa's Forfeit Today's Travel, so you can travel tomorrow. And Singapore has been also sharing a lot of stories of what's happening in their zoo, like the penguins going to visit the orangutan, and what's happening at their different attractions, and the sanitization process as to promote and to make customers and tourists feel safe in revisiting. So these are some of the challenges. The major one is the lack of confidence for travelers and restriction for international travel, revenue decreasing, planning for generating new revenue sources also becomes complex, because investors, they will not be comfortable in investing their monies in companies or when the economy has drastically fallen. So it's been very challenging for especially economies that are mostly dependent on tourism, and the pandemic has cut so many millions of jobs in the industry. Even the standards of operations have changed. We don't see the old buffets that you would see in hotels, which are popular. Restricted travel, less jobs and loss in revenue somehow inevitable, and this has also reduced the spending on tourist attraction. Tickets are high for customers after lockdown, and various SMEs are likely to shut down, completely due to lack of revenue and the economic capability of people decreasing. So some of our recommendations based on looking at the measures is for airports to have less contact, beginning from the airport, with just check-in and collection of baggage, whereas all the other aspects could go online, and have COVID-19 tests at airports prior to traveling and on arrival, which some have started implementing. Also, government and businesses should ensure, proper food and sanitization and economic support for their citizens, and citizens should purchase local products. So this is something which is emerging, because our domestic tourism is going to be the game changer now with lots of borders closed. Perhaps sustainability of buying local products would increase. Virtual reality can be used in promoting tourism. So some of the trends that we also identify is the way the product offer has changed in hotels. Hotels are being used as quarantine centers. We also see the flights to nowhere, which is also a new trend. Qantas had recently, advertised for flights to nowhere, where you can sit, get the experience of taking a flight, in-flight dining and movie, and actually it's sold off completely, and Singapore Airlines also plans to do a similar thing. They did it in 2003 when Singapore closed borders for the SARS epidemic, and now they plan to start this perhaps soon. So staycations, very popular here. Now you can go spend the weekend on one of the hotels. Workations are picking up, where because we are working remotely from home, we just, recently Maldives advertised for workations where you can come and you get Wi-Fi, every amenity and workplace set up for you in the room, or where you can work as well as enjoy the destination. The new buffet mode, because buffet has a lot of high contact, points. A lot of the popular buffets are still serving their menu, their food, but as a la carte service and brought down to the table. Contactless delivery, we do have drones delivering, pizzas and delivering food, so there is minimum contact. And hotel welcome packs. Okay, this is again in Singapore. It has become a common trend where when you arrive, along with your welcome drink, you're given a welcome pack which has a sanitizer, a mask, a set of masks, and perhaps some wipes, disinfectant wipes and things like that. So resilience, it can be noted from how these measures have taken to place and shape. Yeah. So to conclude, we recommend that tourism destinations should plan and observe and learn from the measures so that they can thrive and promote in midst of this crisis. And it will largely be dependent on the financial assistance and other assistance that the governments are willing to put into business and tourism, so that they can pick up and the world begins to experience the post-COVID-19 era. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zilmia.
Thank you.
And we have the continuation of The next presentation. Please, Maria Vrasida, continue with your presentation. Redefining and redesigning modernity in the COVID-19 era, the case of Xenia Hotels in Greece, and it is presented by Maria Vrasida. It has been written by Lucia Martha, University of West Attica, Hara Galiotou, University of West Attica, and Maria Vrasida, Diri Market, American College, Greece.
So, good afternoon from me as well. I'm Maria Vrasida. I will be presenting the paper today. Our basic idea and the aim of this paper is to find a way to redefine and redesign modernity, modern hotels, modern buildings that can fit in the restrictions of the COVID-19 era.
Please, a full view. We would like to see your screen, please.
So you don't see my screen in full view?
No.
No. Okay. Let me just do that again. Stop it and do it again. Desktop. Better?
Better. Thank you very much, Maria.
Okay, thank you. So the idea was to take the Xenia hotels in Greece and trying to find a way to redesign them to fit the restrictions and the needs for the COVID-19 era. The travel and tourism industry, including hospitality, have been halted in the short term, but the after effect, especially the economic after effect of COVID-19, is going to last into the foreseeable future. And I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but maybe forever. The relaunching of global tourism, more specifically the reopening of hotels, will have to follow the new reality and acknowledge the fact that the globe is entering a new era in tourism. It's the era of safety.
Sorry that I have to interrupt again. You have to switch off the small camera that you look me, please.
How do I do that?
Yes, over there. Yes.
Good. So we're entering a new era in tourism, the era of safety, and this is something that's here to stay. We think that the concern from now on in tourism will be about safety and hygiene. Hotel designers and architects are working on existing projects or starting new ones with a focus on social distancing and contact-free systems, as we've seen in previous presentations, and even contact-free check-ins and check-outs. But we're here to talk about how we can design buildings or redesign buildings or refurbish buildings in order to achieve social distancing. The emphasis is on flexibility and transformation. We need buildings that can transform and evolve with our needs. And we need to rethink existing hotels that are already available in places, and we cannot build new hotels everywhere. And we need to provide clean and safe spaces. The design challenge for the new era is to produce spaces that can evolve with the realities of the public health, as well as the needs and preferences of their guests. So we need sort of transformable buildings. But can we actually achieve that? A building is supposed to be something that's very, very stable. And we're looking at an era that we need transformation. Can we actually achieve that? Is there a design that can give us that amount of flexibility and that amount of transformation? These concepts are designed with one eye on the future. Even if a vaccine isn't likely to derail from that path and from the changes that are now taking place. So we're looking towards flexibility. But that brings us back to the modern movement. That brings us back to the modern era in architecture, where purity of form, geometry, cleanliness of lines and volumes were the prevailing principles. Even in the words purity, cleanliness, we can all see and identify issues of hygiene. The 3 F's of modernity, form follows function, enclave in the most simplistic way that architectural design should bear no more ornament than it is necessary to accommodate the functionality of the building. The modern movement is not the first time that it's called upon to face an environmental challenge or a disease. It was in the 1930s, during the tuberculosis epidemic, that Alvarado designed the first sanatorium. And the idea was to take away all the ornaments, like carpets and decorative things that could not help with virus spread, and replace them with clean materials, even in the material design. Clean, pure materials like concrete, like steel, like glass. Materials that are easy to clean, that do not allow infection, and allow for long span and long expanding surfaces that are easy to maintain, easy to clean, and can fight disease. It was a revolutionary movement away from social stereotyping and societal classes. The human needs are placed at the center of the modern movement, but not in that Renaissance way of humanism. Everyday human activities, interactions, and social life and health become the compass for determining space and form. As always, the modern movement came a bit later to Greece, not in the 1930s or the 1920s, but it came to Greece during the 50s. The 50s was a time that the Greek National Tourism Organization was trying to relaunch or make a new rebrand the Greek tourism industry, and started the Xenia project, a project of large hotels available for the public. At that time, modernity was the prevailing movement, and a few architects, promising or very well-established architects, followers of the modern movement, were called upon to design the Xenia hotels. As you can see in the picture, we see long surfaces, concrete walls, and clean lines in the design. So Xenia hotels are the classic paradigms of the modern movement in Greece, with the architect Aris Konstantinidis being the emblematic figure of that design period. The Xenia hotels were following clean lines and were following geometric shapes, and were most of them based on a grid, repeated shapes and a repeated skeleton of shapes. Our project was to try and take the two main types, the linear typology of Xenia hotels, and you'll see the enclave typology a bit later, and try to work on that functional diagram to provide a new proposal, a new idea of how to refurbish old Xenia hotels that are placed in the best positions and the best locations in Greece, and give them back to tourism. Because most of the Xenia hotels in Greece are now derelict or not used for tourism purposes, or a lot of them, not to say most of them, a lot of them are not used for tourism purposes. So in our first proposal of the linear type, we created what we call the apart room. 3 of the initial rooms are united to create a single room with a private lounge area, thus giving more space to the visitors and creating the feeling of a small private apartment rather than a shared hotel room. The basic need of the basic category of guests that this type of proposal, this type of functional diagram is trying to accommodate, is people who have decided on a self-isolation mode. So they need a lot of room, they need to feel like they're at home, they need to have the amenities of a hotel, like room service and all that, but in a space that resembles more an apartment. That's why we're providing visitors with a lot of space. The grid that the layout follows allows the same alterations to occur in every floor, and we'll discuss that more in our conclusions, what should happen in every floor. And privacy is achieved to the maximum at every apart room is autonomous completely. Social distancing is also achieved, and there are no public gathering areas in the new layout. Every room has ample openings, allowing for natural air and light to enter the room. The second proposal, again based on the linear typology of Xenia hotels, is that 2 of the initial rooms, so a smaller room, are united to create a larger room than the initial one, and a common seating area is provided for the exclusive use of adjacent rooms. So we are allowing some social interaction, to some extent, a controlled social interaction. It is less private and isolated and allows for a certain degree of social interaction between the guests, but maintains the number of people interacting in the common lounge very small. The proposal offers a solution for the F&B services, so people can have a meal there for the food and beverage services of the hotel by providing smaller dining areas in every floor rather than a large dining room hall for all the guests. One of the key points of this layout is that the lounge areas are very well aired and lighted by natural ways through large openings, and this way social interactions is to some extent accommodated by the floor plan. The need to introduce some sort of social interaction has to do with tourism being a recreational activity. Total isolation goes against the basic idea of recreational tourism. People totally isolated do not feel the fun of tourism. They don't want to travel. They feel fear, and fear and recreation do not go together. So allowing some sort of social interaction, a controlled social interaction, a safe social interaction, introduces the element of recreation and fun and socializing that is very closely related to tourism. The second typology that we made two proposals for is the enclave typology. So all rooms are placed around a central open area. The proposal allows the basic principle of allowing some level of control interaction and socializing of guests in smaller numbers. It's proposed to serve recreational travelers that tend to need the interaction and socializing more than business travelers, and to maintain the overall accommodation experience as close to the previous condition as possible, the previous condition being the pre-COVID area, but without jeopardizing the need for social distancing and safety. So, controlled social interaction. The advantage of this layout is that it offers safety and abides with the new COVID-19 requirements, while not reducing the number of rooms to a point that would no longer be economically viable for the hotel. So this was a consideration as well, not to reduce the number of rooms on every floor or the total number of rooms in a hotel lower than the point that could be economically viable for the hotel. The fourth proposal is every room with a semi-private lounge. In this proposal, for every room, there's an adjacent lounge provided for the use of the room. So every room with its meeting area, every room with its lounge. It's private, no one else enters that lounge, but it gives you a visual getaway, and you can see people sitting there. So you have a visual socialization rather than actual socialization, people sitting together. The lounge areas are open to the common and movement areas, and they allow for a visual socialization, as I just said, while keeping safe distances and allowing for social distancing. The vital space of guests remains the same, and they cannot serve the needs, and this cannot serve the needs for long-term stay or self-imposed isolation, because the rooms are very small. This layout is mostly suitable for short stays and business travelers who require a semi-private lounge for conducting businesses and a controlled level of social interaction. Finally, to give you our concluding remarks after the four different categories, COVID-19 has significantly changed the way we view tourism and recreation. It has taken away the element of fun, and it has introduced the element of fear. And as designers, we need to find a template or a design layout that will allow us to lower fear and introduce the element of fun again, while always keeping safe. And it's not the first time that designers are asked to fight disease. The requirements and the restrictions enforced by COVID-19 in the hospitality sector greatly suppress the recreational element related to tourism and change the needs of the guests. They change the needs of the guests, and they need to be more isolated, have some sort of social interaction, yet remain safe. The reuse and redesign of modern buildings is now more relevant than ever in an attempt to provide hygiene spaces for guests. And the modern movement, we need to remember that it was the first attempt to fight disease environmentally. Tuberculosis was first fought environmentally through the modern movement in the 1930s, before a cure or a vaccine was invented. And we're now again called to fight disease before a vaccine and before a cure with environmental measures. And yet again, as it has happened before, the environment harnessed by architecture and design can be a very powerful ally in the fight against disease. Thank you very much for attending this meeting, and thank you very much for watching this webinar.
Thank you very much, Maria. We have the questions in the end for all participants, delegates that you are presenting. We need a 20-second break, please, in order to call our two more delegates. You will hear a small song, our jingle, and then we will come back in less than 20 seconds. Thank you very much.
We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from.
So now we have with us another Icsimat member. You know Dionysia Frangou. She will discuss issues of architecture and the weakness of mass tourism in the COVID-19 period and the contribution of architecture. Dionysia, please take the lead.
Hello to me. Good afternoon to the family of Icsimat. I would like to say and speak about the COVID-19 and the architecture. Wait a moment to share my screen, please. Yes, it's okay. Can you see? So, as we said before, I would like to talk about the COVID-19 and the contribution of architecture. So, as all we know, COVID pandemic has devastated global tourism. The countries of South Europe and especially Greece are more vulnerable to the effects of shock that tourism has suffered due to the pandemic. The large tourist unit with a capacity of hundreds of beds, the swimming pools at the mass gathering and catering areas of tenants were inappropriate under the current condition. The relaxed to choose them from the few daring ones on decide to travel, but also the high operating cost led to suspension of many of them with a great impact of economy. But life goes on and architecture must give shape to new data. Now, more than ever, the future is very blank. The main issue that appears due to the pandemic is the need to create distance. The need for space increases and the intensity of people decreases, but also the efforts for automation and avoidance of contact with common objects intensify. Of great importance is now natural ventilation or concepts such as contact with nature, either directly or through special choice or architectural design. The use of technology and virtual reality has become an ally of our daily lives. But man was and is a social being. In our non-analog physical communication senses are activated that offer us other dimension in the image in the space. We will say that this multidimensional sensory image that we receive and contribute to what we understand as the natural session are not offered to us by online society. In this reason, why as soon as transportation and traveling were allowed, a large number of people decided to travel. But by what criteria did they choose the place of destination? What kind of accommodation did they decide to stay in? And why is what we will examine. At first, I would like something about mass tourism. Mass tourism organized in the post-war period was the dominant model of tourism development, which for many years did not allow the structured development in other tourist models. This model of tourism is directly linked to the development of most popular tourist destinations today. The concept of mass tourism is mainly related to tourism activities associated with offering Western-style amenities, as well as digestible activities that are characterized as sunny tours. As a result, the region suffered from key consequences, such as the urbanization of social characteristics of the region, the construction of excessive facilities and infrastructure to serve the growing needs of tourists. For this reason, holiday centers and large hotel complexes were created on the coast, and a new architecture, the tourism architecture, was born. In this way, a specific type of tourist product is promoted, vacation package, and tourist areas are created that are adapted to specific standards of international demand. This new architecture was formed mainly based on the functionality and morphology of the times, does not consider the local characteristic and the identity of the place. Alternative tourist now it's a human habits, present a human habits, mass tourism organized by world-class travel agencies and continue to develop as activity by units of people. International studies predict that future visitors should be able to personalize every aspect of their accommodation experience and the service that will be offered to them. New trends and development prospects want tourism to serve from mass to quality or alternative tourism, and from the tourist program to the tourism experience. The traditional way of separating tourists will disappear and be replaced by serious personalized service in the context of creating a model of integrated service. This means that future guests will be able to tailor their requirements to every aspect for their travel experience, which including technology, hotel service, rooms, travel, prices, and communication. The current situation now, the first form of tourism to be affected by present pandemic was cruise tourism. Is a typical example of mass tourism. What happened on cruises applied to most of the travel industry. The fear of pandemic has affected the lives or all of the people of the planet. The ban of travel and gathering has created a new situation in the field of tourism. According to the newspaper GR, today's tourists choose to spend their holidays by the sea, in holiday homes, rather than in hotel complex, as the stress of transmission of the coronavirus has created a new data in tourism. Most visitors want to drive home, to be alone, not in contact with anyone but their family. They take food from the supermarket, cook here, swim, and return home. As Katerina, owner in a short-term rental accommodation in South Pillion, has said. But architecture is a participator process. It is influenced through the two-way relationship of space and design, the human society. In this inseparable from the health of citizens and the protection of natural and cultural ecosystem. This way, architecture could not remain indifferent to the crisis caused by today's pandemic. Concerns about the future of tourism, mass or alternative, and the quality criteria for the design of accommodation are more relative than ever. Large tourist units at Hotel Klein around the world have modified the way they operate in order to protect the health and the needs for social alienation. The first thing and the possible trends that have come to stay are already being recorded. Chains that affect the operation and design of hotel are packet breakfast, said according to the Mirror. In the new health data, guests cannot crowd to get the food at the buffet and return to eat to supplement food. Minimum staff, the architectural office master practice, which plans the Hilton, highlights how hotel will change after the pandemic. Interaction between staff and visitors will be kept to minimum, and one-way corridors will be introduced to ensure that visitors stay within distance to each other. As receptionists will be replaced by computers and case from mobile application. Rooms more secluded and large with an opening doors and wall-mounted stalls for room service with exercise bike in view, as well as gym and conference facilities will not be built in the new hotels in the future. And the elevators will allow travelers not to press button or share their space with strangers, as they will not stop on each floor, but those inside them will come out while moving. With this data, we need to think about what is really won't change and how it will improve our daily lives with or without the reality of the pandemic. As a conclusion, the virus has given us a picture that once frightening and beautiful of a world without tourism. We see now what happens to our public goods when tourists aren't clustering to exploit them. In this context, the concept of hospitality should therefore be recognized in order to the design and typology of tourist accommodation to undergo the major overhaul. The distance, the natural ventilation with patios, courtyards, squares, integrate in the common areas, the opening of the building to the open space and the contact with nature, the small size of building with private space in the modes of the house, then personification of service offer, communication with the hotel owner, participation events, particularly based on the principles of sustainability, diversity, the development of the small and medium enterprises, but also the personalized service desired by the visitors of the future, the modernization and renovation of existing tourist infrastructure will promote alternative tourist model, integrate into the housing complex of each region, given personal character in each small unit, so that the visitors find what we want to each time, tailored to his particular requirements. This tourist model, which is based on personalization, on the service offered, utilises the existing infrastructure because it is based on personal relationships, promote different types of tourism and enable flexibility to the relationship, promote different types of tourism and enable flexibility and adaptation of existing structure in time of crisis. Thank you for attention.
Thank you.
I hope we'll be on time.
Thank you very much, Dionysia. I will make the end. We will have questions in the end. You are talking about alternative ways, as Maria offered alternative ways. Let's join to our next presentation. Miss Marina Christodoulou from University of Bologna will speak. Please allow us to call her. And Dionysia, please, you need to go.
Yes,
exit,
yes,
yes,
I'm going out now.
Yes, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Miss Christodoulou, you can start your presentation, please.
Να ανοίξω την...
You need to open your camera, please.
Oh, sorry.
Please close the button that you have and you see me. Please switch it, close the details on your... you have me, you show me, we see my face on your screen.
Why?
Okay, okay. So please start.
Okay. Hello to everyone. My name is Marina Christodoulou. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, I won't be able to present you our presentation, but I will try to do it as more descriptively I can so I can make you understand our concept. So our conceptual research concept is about intelligent ticket I'm sorry. Do you hear me? Okay.
Ms.
Is a
Christodoulou is about
Yeah, it's about intelligent ticket and its interaction with transmedia content in the COVID-19 smart tourism era. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has rapidly affected humanity's habits. So, in order to minimize the virus, governments proposed social distancing measures, massive lockdowns, and travel prohibitions. So several states, European Union, and tech giants proposed informational communication technology application based on YouTube, Bluetooth, RFID tags, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. According to researchers, an important aspect for the pandemic touristic audience is the rise of transmedia production. So our goal is to understand if NFC technology with a smart mobile application, both used as a touristic ticket, can be utilized to keep social distancing between tourists in a city context, while transmedia content is created by their preferences, needs, and expectations. The research question that have been raised due to our work is that what is the impact of an intelligent ticket on the touristic experience if transmedia content can deliver memorable touristic experience while raising awareness towards issues, and if tourists can save their social distancing and can be achieved. So we will start with some background information about the ticket as a capable system to perform intelligent functions with the ability to store and process data. In our case, the technology that we chose to involve is NFC technology without the use of the old QR code motifs. Some information about NFC, near field communication, refers to a short-range wireless communication technology derived from RFID, allowing communication between two devices with a few centimeters, mostly 3 to 8 centimeters. So NFC tags can be personalized to the user preferences, do not need to be visible on the ticket, and are more secure, providing a one-to-one data exchange, either to one or two-way communication. So they can be coded to respond only through a unique ID number that are verified by NFC through several modified database. Just descriptively to make you understand how an NFC works and is functional, it needs a reader and a tag that either we can call a label. The tag consists of an antenna chip. So between the reader and the tag, an electromagnetic field is created to make devices communicate with each other. So we will speak now about transmedia. Transmedia deliver a story across all media. Most transmedia examples are based on fictional scenarios, while transmedia is mostly considered a marketing tool. So that's why it's characterized by user-generated code. If you could see our use case, I could show you that we are participating in 3 steps during the expansion of our application. The first step, we have the acquisition of the ticket. In the second step, we have the acquisition of the application. In the third step of the usage of the intelligent ticket, we have the questions that the tourist has to answer in order for the system produce and give him the right information. So we have GPS question about tracking, COVID question about the positivity of or not of the virus, and personal information of the tourist, of the user, for example, academic background, age, interests. At the 4th stage, we have the full usage of the application. Due to all of these 4 stages, we can achieve the maximum grade of social distancing. In the UML graph, you could see the interactions that are happening between the system, between the user and the city. Just to explain to you, the transmedia purpose is that to bring social awareness on critical, social and distancing importance, supporting location-based transmedia game campaigns with implementations of user-generated content. In these aspects, we have been to some conclusions. We have 3 fields that are expected to be benefit: the visitor, the city, and managing organizations, public and private. We have a duality in the access point. The user experience could be achieved both from a software form, application, and from the material form, the natural ticket. So in this sense, transmedia makes social distancing more fascinating and more adaptable to the content and the needs of the users. Of course, we have to take into consideration that we have some necessary tools for these structures. We have vending machines, reader provision, maintenance costs, softwares, and other. Of course, we cannot skip the risk of distancing the real immersion from the physical part of the exhibit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Christodoulou. We have questions for you, but we will let them in the end. We continue. Please switch off your camera, and you leave the room. We continue with our next presentation, which is about underwater cultural heritage tourism and diving tourism alternatives in the COVID-19 era. A very interesting thing to discuss now that we have COVID-19 and we cannot be in crowds. We will have alternative ways of how we can see cultural tourism and cultural heritage. And Ms. Dr. Vrasida, please present.
Hello again. Before starting the presentation, I would like to address a question to everyone listening. Just think about it. How many of you have taken a rock or a seashell from the beach? And this is more or less something that my presentation will be about. Let me just find a way to start the presentation. So I'm sharing my desktop and the presentation. Yes, I think I did it. So
to be honest with you, when we were visiting islands in Malaysia and we saw all the corals and everything, we wanted to take a souvenir, but the police did not allow us from Phuket to take anything. But in Greece, it's more
it's more free, yes.
More complicated.
So we're talking about underwater cultural heritage tourism and diving tourism, and if we can offer an alternative, especially in the COVID-19 area. The aim of the paper, as you can see from the title, is to find a way to present a viable alternative for cultural underwater tourism that does not include diving. And the reason we don't want to include diving will be explained to you in a minute. But first of all, it is important to define underwater cultural heritage. According to the 2001 UNESCO Convention, underwater cultural heritage means all traces of human existence having a cultural, historical, or archaeological character, which have been partially or totally underwater, periodically or continuously, for at least 100 years. From this definition, combined with seawater level rise due to climate change, we can safely assume that underwater cultural heritage sites are continuously increasing and will continue to increase in the next year. So it is very important to find a way to mobilize that hidden sleeping asset. But first of all, you've seen that I've come from an organization, EGTC Amphictyony, and I want to say a few words about what EGTCs are. EGTCs are European organizations under the Committee of the Regions, and the initials stand for European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation. And their main goal and reason for existence is to solve cross-border transnational problems and address issues that in borderline areas and borderline municipalities in a more effective way. To give you a very brief example, for example, an EGTC between a municipality in Spain and Portugal is running the hospital in Spain so that people from both Portugal municipality and Spanish municipality can visit that hospital, regardless of which country they are located in. So it's solving transnational problems in borderline regions. Amphictyony, EGTC Amphictyony. It's a Mediterranean EGTC with member municipalities from many different Mediterranean countries, and some of them are not even belonging to the EU. The problem is that the Mediterranean countries do not share, in many cases, land borders. The Mediterranean basin is the common ground, or shall I say the common water, that connects these countries. Therefore, it becomes extremely important to explore the needs and the things that unite all these countries into a common sea. We need to, as it says in the picture, to go back to where we came from, as the card writes, and to find ways to collaborate and work together, sharing a border, not a land border, but a sea border. So this was the main idea that inspired the Underwater Cultural Heritage Project. And although you're all very accustomed to hearing results and things that happened in best practices and results, here in this presentation, I will just give you our dream. And I would like all of you to share that dream, and maybe we can make something bigger of that dream. As economic resources are becoming sparse, and with the pandemic of COVID-19, the economy took a very significant blow, and it is now more important than ever to find new assets and new alternatives for countries, regions, and municipalities. We need to find new ways to mobilize the economy. So, underwater cultural heritage and public access to underwater cultural heritage provides communities with a tangible connection to their past, fosters local pride, and stimulates people's awareness and respect for underwater heritage. It's been happening with land heritage for ages, but it's now the time to find that hidden asset and bring it to the surface, or rather, bring the sea basin to the surface, the image of the sea basin to the surface. Social cohesion at a local and European level and through job creation helps retain population in small island communities. And small island communities in Greece are suffering from population loss. So we need to find a new way to mobilize the economy there, to start up a new economic activity there, especially now that tourism is going through dire straits. It can be crucial. It can be a crucial economic asset for the local tourism industry, and it can be a sustainable and resilient economic asset because it's based on cultural tourism, and cultural tourism is by definition alternative, sustainable, and resilient. It ensures the monitoring of sites and state of preservation, and can help finance protection and research. When we have an archaeological site on land, no one can take a souvenir. Let's go back to the initial question. No one can take something from there because it's been preserved and visited, and it's defined as an archaeological site. But the same is not happening with underwater archaeological sites. Because we're not visiting them, and because the way to bring them forward and make them accessible to the public does not yet exist, or it's not very well organized, anyone, any diver can go and just take something from there. And believe me, it's happening in Greece a lot. So diving tourism has taken a significant blow as well. So it's not the answer. We cannot go diving in the COVID-19 area, and it has been almost halted. And I'm sure Zimi Yao from Singapore can tell us that diving tourism, which was a very big part of Singaporean tourism, is now to an absolute stop, for now at least. It's mostly a sport or a recreational activity run by the private sector. and there has been continued concern about the detrimental impacts divers can have on the marine environment, either by taking something or by being not educated enough to preserve or to approach archaeological sites with a certain amount of caution and respect that is absolutely necessary. And keep in mind that in land archaeological site, there are no private owned or privately operated land archaeological sites. So the same thing should go for underwater archaeological sites. Diving cultural tourism requires experts, requires archaeologists, requires someone to give you a heritage interpretation, to give you a narrative, to explain what you see, and to tell you how to approach, how to deal, and how to interact with that cultural site, with that archaeological site. Finally, shared equipment, which is usually the case with diving tourism, is an absolute threat for the widespread of COVID-19, or it requires a lot of effort in the cleaning process or sanitization process of all the equipment. So diving tourism could be the answer for tapping into that hidden asset of underwater cultural heritage. But in the COVID-19 area, it is very difficult to follow that path. And the question now becomes, is there an alternative? Can we find a way to protect, define, and bring forward underwater cultural heritage and tap on that hidden submerged asset, but without the dive? Let's see the details of our project before giving you the answer. Our vision was to reignite the flame of cooperation and co-planning in the Mediterranean basin. And I know the choice of words of igniting a flame in the Mediterranean basin with everything that's happening around us right now, the political situation, may be a poor choice of words, but this is exactly what we need to do, reignite a different flame, reminding the common history that we have shared, remind countries of the things that unite us rather than the things that divide us. Our aim is to offer a viable alternative for the coastal municipalities to tap into their hidden underwater assets, while at the same time offering protection through the creation of a registry census for underwater heritage sites, and with land in situ observatories. In situ means inside, observatories that are situated where the actual heritage is. And there is a very good argument for that, but we'll see that in a minute. Our partners, not in crime, our partners in the dream, are municipalities of Chios, Milopotamos, St. Nicholas in Crete, Preveza, Stylida, Salamina, the municipality of Lipsi, the municipality of Dorida, the Institute of Technology and Research in Crete, the Institute of Archaeological Underwater Research, the University of Piraeus, and we're operating with knowledge and help of the Ministry of Tourism. And we're in the process of reaching UNESCO and reaching the Ministry of Culture. We're still in the process of doing that. We've prepared a proposal and we're trying to reach those as well. What's the role of EGTC in all that? EGTC is supposed to be, as explained from the way they were created, the unifying link, the one that manages and controls the archaeological needs, the research needs, the tourism needs, the local needs, and all those things together in a globalized or more or less European framework. Dry food access to underwater cultural heritage is when we can see and experience underwater cultural heritage without actually going into the water, without diving. And there have been examples of that. There are a number of existing museums for underwater cultural heritage, and they have been implemented, with the most notable examples being the Vasa Museum in Stockholm, where things from the water have been brought into a museum near where the archaeological site is, and the Submerged Museum of Alexandria. Here's a picture of that. And they're all operating under the supervision of the UNESCO. The importance of having in situ experience is, first of all, the preservation of cultural heritage in situ shall be considered as the first option before allowing or engaging in any other activities directed at this heritage, as UNESCO says. The rule is based on the concept of protecting not only the remains, but also their context and the meaning, because their authenticity as proof of their true antiquity and distinctive aura, lies on the safeguard of the context, what's happening around the archaeological site. The same principle will be carried in our project, having land observatories in the place where the actual heritage site is. So you can go there in Salamina, for example, where the battle went, when the battle happened, and you can have an experience with 3D imaging or virtual imaging or enhanced reality images or enhanced reality, images of what's happening underwater. But when you raise your head, and you look around you, you see the actual landscape where the battle happened. You're in the place where the battle happened. You see the same things that the battleships were facing. And that enhances the experience and puts it in context, makes it more real, more tangible. Land observatories can be accessible for non-divers throughout the year and allow education and cultural appreciation in a safe, controlled environment. Keywords for COVID-19: safe and controlled environment. It's a building that's being refurbished that exists along the coast, and it can follow COVID-19 restrictions, and all the restrictions can be applied with social distancing and keeping visitors and spectators apart, and providing 3D images of the seabed without actually having to dive and share equipment, and in an environment that is specifically built and case-specific to follow the instructions and the needs and the restrictions of COVID-19. The revenue production from this new alternative form of cultural tourism can help protect underwater heritage and can help expand the research for underwater heritage. And even the definition of underwater heritage sites as heritage sites gives them a sense of protection. Any means of restarting the economy in the post-COVID-19 area must be explored and planned for, and that's the basic idea of planning. I know we're not in the post-COVID-19 era now, but starting this project now can give us an alternative for later. Finally, our conclusions, and hopefully you can share the dream with me. Underwater cultural heritage is one of the most important unexploited hidden assets, and we need to tap on every available asset in order to restart our economy in the post-COVID-19 era. Planning for an economic resilience, and resilience means taking the hit and being able to withstand that hit, needs to explore new sustainable resources of generating economic growth and restarting the economy. Local communities globally can greatly benefit from the shared awareness of a common underwater cultural heritage and its potential. It's important for communities to understand that we're fighting problems together and we're finding solutions together. Because as the Commissioner for the UNESCO said, there is no future without solidarity and cooperation. And we need to find ways and things that unite us and things that will help us fight and deal with every new crisis that comes along together. Thank you for listening, and thank you for sharing our dream. And if you have any comments or you want to participate in our dream, I'm just giving you our emails. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. I have a question that we will ask in the end. We have now the last presentation for this session, and then we will have questions. Also, Professor Gounaris will join because he would like to have a question. Please, Dr. Grammalidis, enter the panel for your discussion. Professor Grammalidis will talk about COVID-19 pandemic's influence on popular folk culture and tourism in Greece, shaping the future and beyond. So we wait for Grammalidis Nikos to join. Okay. Nico, please open your screen. Oh. And after Nico's presentation, and when we have also our questions, we are going to listen to Aptaliko, that we also, for those who were to yesterday, we listened to the video. Nico's presentation is very much associated with Aptaliko, the way that we can have alternative and innovative ways in the music industry or in other areas where you can have lives but with not so many people, and at the same time you can have a virtual presentation of the same live. A similar way of what we did here. Of course, we don't have participants, but hybrid conferences and seminars will be the case from after COVID-19 era. I don't know why Nikos cannot connect. Perhaps we can listen to the music of Aptaliko till Nikos is connected. Okay, Nikos.
So I will show the presentation now.
Yes, and please, we need, yes.
Okay, so let's minimize this. Okay, can you see it now? It's okay. So I'm Nikos Grammalidis. I want to welcome you to this paper presentation. Actually, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So I'm from Information Technologies Institute, and I have been working for many years for preserving the intangible cultural heritage. And for those that participated in last year's Icsimat, I have presented there a paper on using artificial intelligence for analysis of folk dances, which was actually a European project. And from all these activities, last year I met a network of musicians, actually, focusing on rebetiko music and Greek old popular music, let's say. And they are promoting this music by creating a network of musicians and singers and venues and so on. It's called Aptaliko. And this collaboration resulted to this paper, which is where the main author is Haris Tsalpara, which is a well-known singer and musician and musicologist, actually. And this organization actually did a very interesting study on how COVID-19 affected the whole scene. And this will be presented in this paper. So to be brief, the first I will give a short introduction and then show the scene as it was before the pandemic. And then we will see how the pandemic affected this scene, and based on the results of a survey conducted by Aptaliko organization, and which also took some action to adapt. So this could be the way forward for the future. And I will finish with some conclusions. As introduction, we can say that popular and folk culture is mainly expressed through music and dance. And it was very important for societies in general. It can convey messages of different nature, like aesthetic, cultural, religious, spiritual, and even social. And using this information, it can forge a local identity for regions or for small places. And of course, it's a very big tourist attractor. but it's vulnerable along with other types of intangible cultural heritage due to many reasons, including the economic crisis, globalization, urbanization, immigration, and so on. And the worst maybe reason is pandemics like COVID-19, which posed a new, very serious threat to this culture. And UNESCO, you all know, that has done many efforts for safeguarding and transmission of ICH, and we also collaborated in some recent projects, European projects, that try to use technology, information communication. The survey was done in Athens and focused on Athens, and investigate how the modern technology can suggest new ways to mitigate the impacts. We will focus more on Balkans and Greece in the study. And Balkans is a different place like the rest of Europe, like Central Europe, because the borders are only recently formed, and this affected the local communities. So we have a temporal continuity, let's say, but also a spatial continuity. We can find repetitive and ancient patterns to the music, and we have a sort of more interaction between people, different people, and performance. So one performer performs a piece, and then others start to change it, add even notes or ways of playing, and so on. And this, it's like a process of co-creation. And a main activity where this is demonstrated is the festivals, parties, and feasts, which are started in the countryside, but now even continue in the cities. You Greeks know the term glenti, Greek glenti, which is a gathering of family and friends, and it's always accompanied by music, usually live music, but also with food and alcohol. And this process created new forms of entertainment and communication, and we have a different communication, different like other types of music between the artist and the audience. And all this created even new genres like rebetiko and the Greek popular music, which are very strong in Greece and all over the world. Maybe rebetiko is a very well-known genre all over the world. And it's very important, as I said, for tourism, and even affected the social, political, economic changes in Greece. And now we go to present the Aptalik organization. As I said, it's a network of folk and traditional music of Greece, and it's a network of musicians and even music venues and professions around these music venues. And the main service until now was a provision of a calendar of events and venues and artists employed. It started as a website in 2011, but now it continues as a non-profit civil partnership from 2017. So this organization has done this survey. Actually, a team of 6 members, including musicians, musicologists, a statistician, and attorney, did this survey called Mapping of Artists of Folk and Popular Music Culture. And this was done in summer 2000 of this year, the summer of this year. And the questionnaire had 49 questions and included questions about the musical expertise, years of work, music styles, music education, work conditions, health insurance, and so on. And it was posted on social media and related musical websites. And it was also sent by private messages and emails to a large number of participants. So in total, we gathered 2,469 participants, questionnaires from participants, and 1,100 approximately completed the entire survey, while 1,300 responded partially. And here you can see some statistics from the from this survey. First, from all the activity of the website, we can see a map of the music venues, and we can see that in Greece, in Athens, for example, we have a lot of small hangouts. So people that work with this music are mainly working on small hangouts and less in larger music scenes. And the same, you can see it from the graph below, where we asked the participants where do they work. And many of them work in many places, but it's clear that many work in such small venues. And then we had questions on the income. And you can see that many of musicians and singers are underpaid, so their monthly income is less than 600 euros. This is true for almost 60% of the people we asked. And we have a large decrease of income due to COVID. And you can see the main box there. It shows that 65% had a decrease in their income of more than 50%, which is dramatic, I would say. And indeed, this is a very dire situation, also caused by the lockdown we had in 3 months, in March and May, from March till May. And this resulted to a postponement or cancellation of all live cultural events at that period. And this affected, of course, strongly all musicians and related professions like technicians, tourism professionals, and so on, which lived from this musical performance, let's say. And then this also affects finally the whole tradition of Greek Glendi and the festivals and local feasts. And of course, we have the social distancing measures, which are which are necessary. But of course, they changed the type of event to the strong interaction we had in these feasts to a more concert-like, as I write, concert-like live event, where we have a distancing and less interaction between the artist and the audience. And we all need, all the professionals of this field need to change. They need to adapt to the new reality, and this can be done also using technology. So this has also been done by Aptalico organization. So they started to focus on online concerts and promoting the use of live broadcasts, and also using a lot of the social networks like Facebook, Instagram, or tweets. Furthermore, Aptalico has already started working on the electronic database of copyright-free songs from the 30s, from the 900 until 930s, which are copyright-free. And then they also made an internet radio, even before the pandemic. But now they started a new streaming server, and they are able to broadcast or rebroadcast live performances from bands or individual artists. And already they have done 9 live broadcasts. They are actually using their system to broadcast the live conference now, and they hope to do more broadcasts in the future. And as a conclusion, to conclude what we presented, we have the pandemics that cause a huge risk for many types of intangible cultural heritage, including this popular folk music. And this affects not only the artists, but the entire culture and tourism industry that is associated with this culture. We studied the effects of the pandemic to this scene, and gave insights on new ways and solutions to mitigate these negative impacts, especially using the new technologies. We have this now, the ability to do online concerts, but they are quite different than the live concerts. They have shortcomings that can be addressed in the future, like improving the simulations, creating more interactive experiences, more interaction with the audience and so on. And actually, but still, we believe that the real experience of socializing, coming together, as we had before, will never be able to be replaced by the digital experiences. But the latter are very important and useful in times of social distancing measures, and can be used to safeguard the real intangible heritage for the next generations. And that concludes my presentation. And we can proceed to questions later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikos. I would like to ask Zilmia Campbell, Maria Vrasida, and Dionysia Fragou, also Marina Christodoulou. You see, I'm asking them to come from the live that they are watching. I don't even call them, and because it's time for questions. And also, I'm asking Professor Gounaris to come to join the session. Nikos is staying inside here, and we are waiting for the others to join us. After we finish the questions and answers session, we are going to listen to Aptaliko that Nikos described. And what they did is amazing, because multi-stream, they tried to, in multiple channels, they tried to broadcast a live event that was also virtual as well. And Professor Gounaris is calling. Sorry, yes. Maria, please open your cameras, all. Please open your cameras. Great. Great. And open yours. Broadcast a live that was also virtual. Is calling. Okay. Sorry. Yes, Maria, please open your cameras. Please open your cameras. You need to close your live stream, please. You need to close your YouTube, please. Those who have it. Dionysia Fragou has not come inside. Dionysia Fragou, please. Dionysia Fragou needs to be on air. Dionysia Fragou. Dionysia, not Anastasia, Dionysia. Okay, so please, Professor Gounaris, would you like to give us the question for Marina Christodoulou, please? We cannot hear you. You have your microphone muted. And we still cannot hear you. One moment. I can ask a question. I wanted to, yes. As I see, Doctor, can I speak, Professor Gounaris, till you get ready? Can I have my question, or you are ready? Because we cannot hear you. Dr. Campbell discussed about the issues, the SARS that went on in Singapore, and the lessons that we could learn. And I had a question, and what we collected from the questions that we had is regarding government issues. Where did the government give emphasis first to deal with SARS? Of course, it is a different way of virus, but please give us your point of view, because you dealt with SARS in Singapore.
Yes, thank you, Nikki. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so SARS, we had, actually our study looked at SARS because there was so much of similarity SARS is an epidemic and this is a pandemic, but however, there were similarities in terms of closing borders, screening, wearing of mask. Similar initiatives were taken, and government, I think, when SARS happened, it was new for them. It was disruptive, but when COVID happened, they were a little bit better prepared in Singapore in terms of handling the crisis. They knew we had to close down borders. They knew they had to make masks, wearing a mask compulsory. And the best part was, I think, people had already experienced SARS, so they were very acceptable to take these measures that the government put in place. So beginning was with closing down borders.
Okay, thank you very much. And one question for both Dr. Vrasida and Dr. Fragu, because they talked about architectural issues and tourism. So are we really moving away from a mass tourism and we are looking for small complexes? Because you talked about a lot of space and you talked about alternative ways that COVID now is bringing. Please, Maria, if you could reply, and Dionysia after.
I think COVID-19 is favoring Airbnb, and I don't want to say it in that term because it sounds a bit awkward, but it's favoring people going on holidays and having their own private apartments. There are ways that hotels, as we suggested, and there are ways that we can offer that sense of isolation, that sense of having a house within a hotel, an apartment within a hotel. There are ways to redefine and redesign hotels in order to serve that need and in order to move away from that sort of beehive idea of a hotel, room corridor. Move away from that sort of beehive layout and move towards a more private, a more different design that allows for every apartment and every hotel guest to feel part of a hotel, but isolated and safe at the same time. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And the point of view from Dionysia Frangu?
Unfortunately, I haven't camera, but I can answer. I think the problem is the distance, the social distance. The people that prefer to live in a small cottage apartments is this one. In hotel feels that there are with another people, a lot of other people, so prefer the small one.
Okay, thank you. And I will give now to Professor Gounaris the speech to ask a paper from Panagiotakopoulos and Marina Christodoulou and Athina Moutzouri about the new technologies that we can implement in order to deal with COVID-19 era, smart tourism issues. Yes, please, Professor Gounaris.
First of all, can we double check that you can hear me?
Yes, please come closer to the microphone and we can hear you, yes.
All right. Excellent. Let me start by saying that I am not popular among my colleagues because I speak my mind, and I'm not pizza, and I am not Coca-Cola. Okay. Hopefully I'm helpful. All right. So to start with, because while watching this, live session, in addition to the question that I wanted to ask Marina, which I'm going to, other things came up as well. So the first thing, and this is just a feedback, okay? The word revelry translates to orgy, Roman orgy. So we need to be very, very careful when we pick words, to communicate with people in their native language. I think Greek party would be,
Yeah.
sending the message, because we don't want to have people thinking that we are telling them about Roman orgies. All right.
Yeah,
But
sorry for the wrong translation.
I mean, Christ, no. I mean, just know if you want to. It is entirely up to you. Then I'm going to come to Marina, not Marina, to Maria Vasilou. I'm going to leave Marina, my favorite one, because she's a colleague. I'm going to give her the privilege to be the last one. Marina, I am Maria Vasilou. Myself, I am a diver. And I was, awed by the presentation that you made. In my books, it seems that you have a certain picture about divers. I'm not saying if this is right or wrong. My question is very simple from the marketing perspective. Is there any evidence coming from, say, marketing research to back up claims like, for example, that divers share equipment, for instance? I mean, my experience, and coming with the cohort with whom I am associated with, we all carry our own equipment like golfers do. And we are even willing to pay, for the extra cost. And we are also willing to pay, I would say 10 times fold, the typical ticket that it would get us into a museum. Now, I mean, for living the experience of the underwater diving and the opportunity to visit antiquities. What I'm trying to say really here is that why would we or should we treat the two approaches as incompatible instead of, making this plus the other? Why should one exclude the other? Do we have any hard evidence coming from market research? Being practitioners, you know what I mean.
Being a diver myself, I also carry my equipment, and I don't share equipment with anyone. And I was actually a bit, I felt a bit appalled by the fact that market research said that this is, and governments stopping diving said that this is a recreational activity and people share equipment. Where in the world do they share equipment? Only the first dive where they're trying to hook you into diving is the time when you share equipment. Exactly. But this was an official view of many governments, that they should stop diving because of that. So, of course, they're not incompatible. The one is halted right now, so I'm trying to offer an alternative. And in future times, ideally, when all this COVID-19 era will be behind us, divers will also be employed or even helpful towards the land observatories, because they will be the ones doing the real the dive in real time, and people will be able to observe them, their wives, their children, their elderly, people with disabilities. And again, even in that sense, I disagree, because one of the most famous divers in Greece that has a school is a person with disabilities, and it's not exclusive to people with disabilities. But yet again, let's just say people who just want their feet wet. Let's just characterize them as that. And it's an alternative. It's not or, it's an either or situation, and they're not incompatible. The definition of diving spaces as spaces where as archaeological sites can help preserve them, and that can only happen with land observatories. And I don't know why, but local governments do not allow dives near archaeological sites. That's also not allowed through legislation, because they consider them dangerous. In my opinion, divers are the most environmentally aware, culturally aware, and a very attractive niche market for tourism. But it's not the way governments view them. It's only now starting to change with the new legislation. And hopefully offering an alternative will enhance the diving market as well.
So maybe this is a great opportunity, and if you would like, a vision or a dream to be, wider and not the next month's nightmare, to envision how we can spread diving, because diving is, a multi-million, I would be tempted to say billion, but I would keep it to the million level, industry in tourism. And it is about time that governments, and especially the Greek government, because if you are a diver, I'm sure you are fully aware of all the restrictions that the Greek government puts us divers, and we cannot dive, wherever we want. I think not legally. So I would certainly undersign a vision that would include, a piece for the diving sector in the tourism industry, as per se, because this is experiential economy, and obviously divers I would say, I don't have the facts, I don't have the evidence myself either, but as a rule of thumb, and coming from my personal experience, I would say that they are above the average in terms of spending when it comes to the tourism sector.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep it above the average. So maybe with a huge coastal line like the one Greece has, a very friendly to the divers climate, maybe Greece at some point, maybe in 3000 BC, AC, should start considering, this form of developing the tourism industry. But much, at least coming from the way you replied to me, as a diver to another diver, I felt, that we are on the same page. And thank you very much.
Professor Gounaris, can I make here? Can I tell you something, please?
Of course.
Yes, I would like to contribute here to the panel from my personal experience about diving. I think health will go first from diving. I went to Gatsby in South Africa and last year to dive there. I did not have my own equipment, but I used other equipment. And now with COVID-19, I would consider very much regardless. I would consider very much if I could do it this year or in a short time.
The question is very simple. Are you a diver or you are not? If you are training to become a diver, there is no need for you to have your equipment, and obviously everything you say is totally correct. But like Maria and myself, we are divers, and we are carrying our own equipment. I mean, we will never get ourselves into someone else's suit, okay? We will not get the regular
equipment
in house coming from someone else. We will carry our own regulators. So, COVID-wise, diving for the trained divers, let us be very specific, it's very safe. We carry our equipment.
Okay. And for Marina, you had the question?
Marina, dear Marina, sorry for the move, I mean, with the international audience. What is the contribution to the literature? What part of the literature you're building and you are developing and you are contributing with this wonderful project that you outlined for us?
I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't hear you. Could you please repeat your question?
What is the part of the literature to which you are making a contribution with this wonderful project? And I'm talking to you now not like a diver to a diver, but like an academic to an academic.
What is the part of literature? Okay, first of all, okay, first of all, I want to say to you that it's an honor for me speaking to you, except from all the other. Thank you very much. And secondly, what we've tried to do is to take a part of the conceptual models that till now are here, and we try to organize and program something that could be inside of the multimedia literature, which is a part that till now is not very expanded, and also all for the user experience, human-computer interaction, all these aspects that maybe now the literature is expanded, but still has some more prospects, also because of the situation that we are living now. Because the good thing, in my opinion, for the COVID era is that it gave us the opportunity to understand the alternatives that we have during the society and how to find solutions in other aspects. For example, how to create new user experience, how to create new interfaces, how to be more friendly to people that are not able to participate in all the organizations, in all the social aspects. For example, like people with disabilities, that probably they will have a problem in order to reach a museum, in order to reach a destination, in order to participate in touristic destinations. I think that for us, at least, the situation that we try to develop our framework was to understand how we can have new opportunities in order to expand what we already have in a new era. So not to see the drawback of the situation, but to see the positive aspect of what COVID brought to us, if we can have a positive aspect. I mean, of course, in always conceptually, I'm not speaking societally. But in our opinion, also me and my colleagues, we believe that for the interfaces, for the user experience, we saw that during the pandemic, a lot of organizations and institutions found several solutions in order to provide their facilities digitally.
All right. So I'm terribly sorry if I'm going to be very boring to those who are not academics. In academia, as you very well know, all of this is very nice, but the moment you will try to submit to get published at the top journal, it is important that you make a clear contribution to theory. So my very friendly recommendation would be to spend some time and pin down exactly where you're making a contribution. I'm not saying that you are not making a contribution, but you didn't answer my question, to be honest. So, but this is not a problem, obviously, and we're not going to resolve this, here now. This is an interesting project. You need to think of your academic contribution. Obviously, there is. Pivot around that and try to make a very clear case if you are going to aim, for the top-notch journals in our field, so that you can eventually get your work published. I think it would be a pity not to get your work published because you didn't spend enough time, and I'm saying this very friendly, obviously, thinking exactly how and where you make a contribution. There is contribution, think of it. A very friendly, advice.
Thank you very much for your suggestions, Professor. And sorry if I couldn't answer completely to your question.
No problem. I mean, what's important is you get yourself published.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we are rounding off this session. Thank you very much all for your contributions. We now have the success industry story session. Yes? Before we allow the other participants to join, we are having a small break to listen to Aptaliko, the music that I was describing to you before. It is multi-stream and multi-channel on social media and in multiple accounts contribution that you can see live stream things, virtual things, physical things, the camera, and the consoles, what they video record. And so this is an innovative way that we can use since COVID-19 era brought these changes to our whole life, and how music industry and live events and festivals will change. So please enjoy Aptaliko for a few minutes till we connect with the next panel. Thank you very much all.
Thank you.
πως μ' αγαπάς πρώτα, πως μ' αγαπάς πρώτα. Τα ξένα λόγια μην ακούς, μόνο την καρδιά σου ρώτα, μόνο την καρδιά σου ρώτα. Σάλτα κι αρπάμα απ' το κύμα, μη πνιγώ κι έχεις το κρίμα. Σύμπαξες κι εγώ φυτάνει, να σ' απαρνιστώ δεν κάνει.
We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all.
Θα είμαι γρήγορος. Περίμενε.
Απλά δεν μπορώ να λάβω ερωτήσεις μετά. Ζητώ συγγνώμη.
Hello again. We have our success industry panel that will be coordinated by Professor Gounaris. They will discuss issues related with COVID-19 era. We have Mr. Agis Pistoias from Agrino and Ms. Annika Regule from Lux and Ms. Anastasia Fragu from Anastasia Fragu Wineries. Professor Gounaris will introduce you to this panel and the discussion that they will have on COVID-19 era. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Nikki, and it is my pleasure to chair this session. Without ado delay, I'm going to pass the words to Agis, coming from a huge plant, Agrino. We all consume rice, to say the least, and the lentils and everything that comes with the Agrino brand. So, Agis, please feel free to have the floor, and we are going to move then on to Annie.
Okay.
And yes, and then to Anastasia, who is not Ionissia, by the way. Okay, so Agis.
Nikki and Professor Gounaris, thank you very much for your nice words and the invitation. So happy to be with you. Let's go very quickly in the presentation because we are a little bit out of time. So you see on the upper left the protocol that we have in place against COVID-19. We are going to talk a little bit about it afterwards. So Agrino, in a few words, Agrino is a Greek family-owned business, was founded in Agrino, Western Greece in 1955, and is the market leader for the past decades, and we export our products to over 30 countries all over the world. So what we are really proud of is that we are the only company in the world to put the name of the grower and the cultivation area on the packaging, and to the right you can see our heat, which is the rice for parboiled, the parboiled rice for fluffy rice, and you see on the bottom part the name of the grower and the place where it's cultivated. Of course, this is the origin of traceability. The third issue that I would like to share with you about Agrino is that we are really proud because in not more than a few months we have been leader in the healthy snack market with our rice cakes in the category of rice cakes. So after rice and pulses, we have entered into the healthy snack business, which is one of the trendiest one around the world. And the fourth thing, our core values. You've heard it also from other companies. Quality and innovation are our core values, but this is the reason why for a lot of Greek consumers, of course, Agrino is a love brand, as Professor Gounaris was so gentle to express before. We, of course, after all this, COVID-19 came and changed our world. So what are we doing now after pandemic? We have to assess the challenges that our company was facing, and our basic aims, because we have to go back to the basics. The most important thing during this very tricky period is to try to protect our staff and the people entering into our facilities in order to ensure the smooth functioning of the company, which is the number one strategic goal that you have to fulfill during this period. And also with this, this means that you ensure the production process and, of course, the quality and safety of your products in order to stay alive, in order to be able to meet the consumer needs. Of course, the Agrino, of course, not of course, the Agrino took immediate measures because otherwise we would step into serious problems. So we made a very quick risk assessment by our quality assurance team based on guidelines from the Greek National Public Health Organization, and we have to take specific measures. I'm not going to tell you about all these. I would like just to to pinpoint the most interesting ones, which are the following. We had to divide the facilities, which are two of them in Agrion Thessaloniki, in specific zones in order to create staff member bubbles so that people would not interact between them. Is the first issue. The second issue is that we have to put strict protocols for the delivery of raw materials. I would like to share with you something which is not very widely known. People that were bringing in, lorry drivers, they had to stay in a specific small house that we rented outside of the main entrance of the building. So this is something that we had to implement in the factories. And the third very important issue is that we gave the COVID test for all of our staff once they return from the holidays, which was the least thing that we had to do. And very important, all of these measures were certified by Euroset, which is then the biggest Greek-based certification company. And we had the COVID-19 protocol, which we took in July 2020 for the measures taken. Now, but what about our marketing plan? Because, okay, the issue is marketing. This is the topic of our discussion now. I would like to share with you information resources international issue figures. So once the COVID was in place, which is around February-March, we had a very big increase in the fast-moving consumer goods industry, plus 35%, which is a huge figure. And to the right, you are going to see the trends in the different categories, and you will see where we are located: rice, parboiled rice, and legumes, pulses. During March, we had an increase of 128%. You can imagine how difficult this is for the production process, and all these people had to stay in there. You know, they had to come day by day, trying to keep the distance. It was so difficult for all these people that we had. Now, what means here the tempo umidi? This is another research that says that after the COVID, what happened is that 25% more people were working out from home. So we were living at home, and we had to buy more product for them. You see, 32% of the people had to cook more at home, whereas 25% had to order less ready food delivery. This happened in the early period of COVID. You see, from the 13th to the 16th of March 2020, things have changed a little bit after this period, but still you can understand what happened when the COVID started. And now this is interesting. Surfing the internet, looking for several recipes. Check this out. This is the flow from the 1st of September until the last days of March, and you can see that there is the recipes, the topic of recipes. So many people had to surf into the internet in order to try to differentiate from the daily food that they were preparing or even ordering from takeaways. You see, it has been doubled. There is an index on the left from the 50 to 100, the recipes. And this is why I'm showing you this, because I'm going to continue, and this leads us to something. So how should brands behave in the COVID era? This is the most important part of this presentation. I would like you to be a little bit more cautious here. So Kantar International is one of the biggest companies for research. Maybe a lot of you know this. So one of the most important insights was that 77% of the consumers, they expected help from brands in their new everyday life. And this is something that came to our knowledge, and only 8% believe that the brands should stop advertising. So also a lot of people estimated that the 6 months absence from TV would result in a 39% reduction in total brand communication once after the post-pandemic world, which means after the pandemic is through. So, and another very important information is that there were some issues that you had to avoid when you were making the advertising, either below the line, above the line, or if you had to go digital. So 70% said that the product brands should adopt a reassuring tone, and very, very important, they should avoid humorous tones. So this is what we did. We stayed with our above the line budget, and we had to find ways to help the consumers in this new everyday life. And what did we do? Let's see. So we adjusted our communication and the channels used. We offered our consumers help in their everyday new life. We tried to connect their needs, motivate and inspire them to creatively use the products they stockpiled, because most of the consumers stockpiled our products. So our SKUs, our products, the Agrino products. So you had to find solutions for them and make good use of the many recipes that we had on our website. And at the same time, what we just said, keeping the above the line budget as initially planned. And yes, we kept the above the line budget as we initially planned. So what did we do at Agrino? First, we offer support. So we offer support to our staff with the measures taken that I just described to you. We offered them a bonus to everybody, a horizontal bonus, because we wanted to show our gratitude and for keeping, of course, the company running smoothly. And we also had to help the society. So by making a very significant donation to the health staff, we helped 6 hospitals around Greece. So to the left, you see our digital our digital communication, where we just say that we help everyone. These people on the left, and then we have to inspire our consumers, and we have to be inspired. So what you see is our communication in the digital, because digital is very, very important. We have to ensure that we should pay much more importance on the digital communication. So we said we have to stay at home and create with the Agrino products that our consumers had stockpiled in the meantime. So this is another of our communication. You see, we are using vegan solutions. This is very important because when people had to stay indoors, they had to follow a very healthy diet. So we had to take advantage of our product, which are made from the nature, made from the grass, and very made from the soil, from the rich Greek soil. And you see, we had the vegan burgers, we had lentils and tabbouleh with rice, etc., etc. And this is one of the last part of our presentation. We have to keep our consumers company. We have to keep our consumers company on social media. To the left, I will try to translate this. This is an expression that we're using in Greece. Where are you, giant? So giant is a giant bean that we're using. Well, I'm at home. Where should I be? So this is a type of marketing creative. Then in the middle, you see what are you willing to fix today, and we have the solution of chickpea balls instead of meatballs. And to the right, you see the very popular rice cake. So if you want to make a break from your home office, then one of the ideal snacks that you could use, healthy snack, would be a rice cake, which is coming just from rice and Greek rice in India. Very tasty. So we are really optimistic. After the lockdown, feeling free again, we are going to continue. This is also another part of our communication. It is in our social media. You see the kid who is playing at home. He flies. So there is an optimistic way of thinking, and the oregano rice cake, one of the best that we have, and we are going to continue. And first, digitally is very important. We are going to begin with our digital campaigns. We create with rice cakes. You can have combination with rice cakes. Here you see very nice photos of how to implement, how to use the rice cakes in a more differentiated and creative way. And to the right, we say there are flavors for everyone. And you will see much more in the months to come. Thanks a lot for your hospitality, and looking forward to being with you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pistiolas. I would like to ask Professor Gounaris to have a surprise for Mr. Pistiolas. Do you allow me as a session chair, please? We have Mr. Pistiolas as an appreciation for your effort and your time to the community and for Icsimat conference. We thank you very much, and you can see on your screen the reward that we offer you as a conference community. Thank you very much. On live stream now, we have your award with your name and Agrino, and we thank you very much.
Thank you very much also for everything, and you are doing a great job.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye-bye, Professor. Nice talking to you again.
Thank you.
And the ladies.
Thank you. And now we continue with Professor Gounaris. Please take the lead of your session. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Take the lead, please, Professor.
Right. Thank you, Nikki. With great thanks to Agis. Obviously, Agrino is, as he put it, a love brand for many, people, especially my age. Just a couple of things I would like to bring up, given that Agis is not available for a question session. Obviously, Agrino is doing a great job. Perhaps I'm totally lost you now.
We can hear you.
That's the good thing. All right. Okay. I just got the presentation by looks. All right. Excellent. But before I move on to looks, just let me say a couple of things with regards to the conversation that we had earlier on. And this is about the marketing budget, especially under crisis. Now, all the evidence that we have coming from academic research is that in times of crisis, especially in times of crisis, you can cut down on your marketing budget. Most companies do this, and then they suffer and they bleed. So, under crisis time, the worst advantage would be to cut down on your marketing budget. Now, by marketing budget, I'm not talking about marketing communication. I'm talking about the marketing budget as a whole. I'm trying my best. I mean, I can get closer. All right. Now, this said, I would like to pass the floor to Lux, who's with an American accent, and Annie Cagule, I suppose, has the floor. Thank you, Annie.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be with you. I would go a little bit quickly because Agi said most of the things that we already do in Lux. What I would like to share with you is that this year Lux celebrates 70 years of operation, and a lot of plans and actions that we had planned to do because of COVID were postponed, and we hope to do it next year. So I would say some things, some bullets about the Lux. I think that everybody knows Lux soft drinks. It's the largest Greek company in the sector of soft drinks. It's 100% Greek. It means that it belongs to Greek businessmen. It has its legal address in Greece, and it uses Greek raw materials. Lux exports to more than 27 countries in all 5 continents. During the crisis, it has doubled its turnover. Now in 2019, it's 35.3 million. It has more than 75 points of sale and an extensive network of more than 500 representatives. It employs more than 130 direct and indirect employees. And it belongs to we are very proud of that, to Elladikamas, which is a Greek union of companies that have its legal office, and its businessmen are Greek. Agis is the president of Elladikamas, so we share the same ethics. And CSR program is one of the important things we do in Elladikamas. Generally, Lux is a success story for the Greek among the Greek companies, and we have to mention that it has very strong competitors, very known multinational companies. Everything started in 1950s when Panagiotis Marlafekas created this small company in the old city of Patras. At that moment, there were another 11 similar-sized competitive companies, but Panagiotis Marlafekas decided to use very quality materials, and this is the motto of Lux even now: quality at any cost. Nowadays, Lux is managed by the 3 brothers, Ioannis, Kostas, and Platon Marlafekas. And as we can see, it's a very successful company. I have to go a little bit quickly. I told you about that. The secret of Lux is that Panagiotis Marlafekas decided in 1972 to transfer the company in Kefaloverso, and Kefaloverso is very famous for the water. So the water is the big secret of Lux. Nowadays, it runs an implementation plan of 2 million euro, and during the last 10 years, we had investments of more than 20 million euros. This is the map where we export, and we have received a lot of important distinctions and awards. To mention Super Brand, Branded Greek Product by Hellenic Marketing Academy. Most recently, in the Healthy Diet Awards, we had received the award for Lux Plus and Light, and also in the Retail Business Award, we had an award for our campaign Luxaro Kalokeri. This is our products. I think you know all of them, and this is Lux Plus and Light Tea. During the years, we had a very strong corporate social responsibility program, because we all believe that what we gain, we have to return a part of it to our society. And Lux is always taking initiative in that, in trying to help society, environment, vulnerable people, and so on. To talk now a little bit about pandemic, what we do, most of the things that we do is what Agis mentioned before. We started by
by creating an innovative application for mobile phones called Lux Ply Ply. And what we did during we were staying at home, someone could download this application, and apart from having all important information about COVID, about entertainment, about how to have a virtual visit to a museum or a library, and they could find very important information. And for every download, Lux was paying €1. And when an important amount of money was gathered, we offered that to Agios Andreas, which is the General Hospital of Patras. We also tried to help the safety and the health of our staff. So we maintain a program against COVID, meaning we use of gloves, thermometer, special measures against COVID. We made the test to all our employees after holidays. We try to protect by taking important measures to protect the safety of our products, of our production line, and of our consumers. We had an extensive cooperation with Hellenic Red Cross, and we managed to have 158 units of blood. We collect them with Hellenic Red Cross because we had actions all over Greece, Corfu, Patra, Ioannina, in the area of Attica. And we helped a lot because that moment people they didn't want to give blood because they were afraid. So we made a very important campaign to persuade people to give blood. We took also other actions with the Ladikamas. We offer a lot of products, juices and drinks to Χαμόγελο του Παιδιού and to the municipality of Athens, which map the homeless living in the city. And recently, last weekend, we had Patras International Circuit. Lux organizes this for more than 11 years. But this year, because of COVID, we had our first Lux charity cart race. And the amount of money that Lux will decided to offer will be offered to a local organization. So as a conclusion, what I would like to say is that for Lux, it's more than it's a duty to help the society, to help people, not only when we have pandemic or difficult situation, but during all these years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karagioulet from Lux. As we offered...
Anna, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Please, you can see live stream now your reward from us in appreciation of your contribution to the conference Icsimat 2020, and we hope the best for the company and to continue to provide to society and to live from these uncharted waters that we live in with COVID-19. Thank you very much. Professor Gounaris, you take the lead.
Thank you. Before I move on, I just would like to ask one or two questions to Annie. First of all, I would like to thank you for your very comprehensive presentation. But then I will have to move on to corporate social responsibility. I mean, personally, I have an issue because people vote for a government and they have the chance to vote again, let's say, every 4 years. And if they don't like what the government does, I mean the elected government, then they vote it down and then they move on. But when it comes to companies, obviously we don't have a saying of who runs the company, how they spend the money, and CSR, corporate social responsibility, is a way of, basically spending money that it is tax deductible, with, basically based on the vision of one or maybe a few. So how would you say CSR reflects democratic values?
Can you please close your screen, Ms. Karagule, to see your face, and then we can see
Yes,
Professor
of course.
Gunnaris' face? Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Want to do something, Nikki? I'm totally lost here. I don't do anything. Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yes.
So the question was, how is corporate social responsibility compatible with democratic principles? Since corporations and the leaders of the corporations, they don't get elected by the people.
Sorry, I couldn't listen very well your question because it has some problem. The internet. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, of course. Corporate social responsibility. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Ms. Karagule, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you
And
now.
please,
Yes, yes.
please open your camera as well.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Great.
Sorry, I have a problem with the internet.
My question was this very simple question. I mean, we do not elect as people those who own or run companies, and yet they claim that they take action in terms of corporate social responsibility. And my question is, how is this compatible, if you think it is compatible, with, let's say, democratic values? I mean, why shouldn't Lux just pay its fair amount of taxes and let the government decide what they are going to do with this money, and then be accountable to, the people who voted?
Yes, Professor. I would say that not now, but when we had the big crisis, at the beginning of crisis 2014, 15, those years, we have received every day many mails, a lot of mails asking for help. Vulnerable people, different organisms. We had from everywhere a lot of mails asking for help. And anytime we tried to talk with people from the government, from ministries and so on, we couldn't find an easy way to help. So at the end, not only Lux, but a lot of companies, and it's very important that you can find companies that they have these CSR programs. We decided to do it by ourselves. First, on a local way, because when you are established in an area like Patra, it's very easy to find you, to ask for help, and we thought it's our duty to do it. And secondly, we did it in a national way, because we couldn't find the help we would like to have. That's why we decided to do it that way.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Annie. I mean, I totally sympathize. Obviously, we are coming from a different school of thought. I am a neoliberal myself. Okay, so the blame comes to that. I don't believe in corporate social responsibility. I think companies need to pay their fair amount of taxes, and then the people through government, which they elect, decide how this money is spent. But I totally respect what I do. Okay. she said, Anastasia. So, thank you.
Okay. Hello from me. I would like to thank you, the university, and especially Ms. Kavra, for the invitation to participate in this excellent conference. I run a family winery which is located in Rafina. We produce 8 different labels from wine. We cultivate about 14 hectares in the area of Pichermi, Rafina. You see the vineyard in Pichermi. Pichermi, Rafina, and Spata are our vineyards. And the COVID-19 has a negative results to our wine industry. After 10-year economic crisis, we believe that we will have an excellent year. All the signs shows us a promising and beneficial year, and the exports were increased the few last years, and the consumption in Greece increased too. The tourism in Greece helps the wine industry. A large number of wineries sell their products to our islands, in hotels all over in Greece, and the restaurants also. The period we had the lockdown all over the world was the worst period for the wineries. We had an 80% decrease in sales, the export eliminated, hotels, restaurants, wine bars, etc. are closed, and the only way for sales is only supermarkets. We have over 1,060 wineries, 1,600 wineries in Greece, and only 100 to 200 of them cooperate with supermarkets. The months after lockdown, we believed that we would have a promising for sale summer, but that was not a real case. Our hotels did not have the tourism that we expected. The Greek islands has a minimum of visitors, and the center of Athens was empty. The exports saw a minimum increase. In the meantime, the new harvest began and found the wineries full of last year's wine. The result of this situation was the decrease of demand for grapes and the prices too. Many grape producers forced to sell their production under its cost. In addition, a lot of winemakers make offers to order to reduce their stock. All the international wine exhibitions were postponed, and that was another negative situation for us. There we interact with international buyers and make agreements for the next year. Now we are forced to wait for the next year. Although we remain optimistic and we believe that we will overcome to this crisis and come out stronger and wiser, we have to invest new tools of communication strategies and marketing in a way to build strong relationships with our customers. Coming on a conclusions, we can safely say that COVID-19 affects the wine chain from the farmers to the wine industry in many ways. So we have to discover ways to recover from this crisis. We started a campaign named Save Vintage 2019. We tried to convince the consumers to drink Greek wine from 19 vintage. We cooperate with restaurants that promote Greek wine and make offers for our customers to buy more. In the meantime, many wineries replace the exhibitions with a physical presence to web seminars for the wine consuming audience and web B2B with international wine buyers. We realized that 2020 is a year that a large percentage of our dynamics that we had built in previous years in exports was lost. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fragu. We can realize that so long as restaurants and bars were closed, not over here in Greece, but all over the world, wine industry would be very much affected, as you mentioned. Thank you very much for your contribution here for the conference. And again, you can see live stream. We have your award as we gave to the other distinguished guests. I hope you continue all your contributions, your work, your innovations in your fields. Please, Professor Gounaris, you may take the lead.
What a lovely topic, wine.
Thank you.
Good wine. So how come we don't have wines, Greek wines, in the Scottish supermarkets?
We don't have.
No, none. I mean, you can see French, you can see Australian, you can see New Zealand, you can see Chile.
Okay. Yeah. It's a pity because I have a friend that is Scottish and it's
Scotland. Why do you think this is the case?
I can't hear you very well.
We cannot hear you very well.
Why do you think this is the case? Why we don't have Greek wines in the Scottish supermarket?
I don't know. Maybe the distributors of the Scotland are very. They prefer to buy from Chile or Argentina or more cheaper wines than the Greek wines that are expensive.
In 2009, we did market research. So this time I can talk with evidence. And this is one of the cases. And what we found was I was commissioned by the Cretans in Crete, trying to sell their wines in Europe. And they found that, yes, there are huge problems when it comes to this issue. But then what we also found is that there is no brand value. So people don't see Greek wine as being something important. Because obviously we cannot pay the same, let's say, salaries that people pay in Chile. So apparently we come at a price differential. And we mean, by this I mean that we are a little bit more expensive than the typical price wine. To cut a long story short, probably Greek winery should be looking at ways to develop the brand. I'm talking from the marketing perspective, which has very little to do with marketing. It's not about communications, it's about other things, marketing management. Nikki,
yes.
Dear Nick.
Yes. Our session is rounding
I
off.
am open to any questions that participants would like to ask the members of our family, if so.
I would like to thank you very much, first Professor Gounaris, that he kindly also gave the speech to these distinguished guests, but also because he attended the previous one and made questions that they would help delegates to move on with their research. From my side, I also wanted to thank Ms. Karagioulet and Ms. Fragu, also Mr. Pistoias for their presentations, and I hope we meet sometime and we drink looks and we drink wine while we are diving, Professor, while we are diving.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
On that very jolly note, let me just say that the diaspora, with Greek, is always there. Obviously, if needed, support.
We could not hear. What did you say? The diaspora, the people that they are all over the world. Yes, please go closer to the microphone. Yes.
I can't go with that because I'm.
Yes. Sorry.
So, Greeks all over the world. I'm not talking about myself. Please go for the talent, Greek talent, around the globe, US, Australia, whatever. I'm sure that they are more than willing to help Greek companies to become more competitive.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now, I would like to now introduce our new session panel, but we are going to have a break in order to give time to our delegates to connect. Please, you are going to hear our jingle. You have heard it, but you need to learn it off by heart, because when we meet after COVID provide us and allow us, these 4 lines, everybody needs to know them and sing them. Stelios Makriplidis has contributed and made the sound. The 4 lines were written by me, easy way to do. And please, we go now to the break for the jingle in order to allow the other delegates to connect to our last session, which is associated with hospitality and tourism issues. Tourism is today World Tourism Day. We have almost all of our issues related with tourism and hospitality. So see you in a few minutes.
We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat, we love you all. And every year we meet, even online or virtually. We are from all over the world. Icsimat.
I hope that you had time to learn off by heart the jingle. Now we start, we had a technical problem, but this, I suppose that you can understand that this may happen. Now we are all connected, and we will start our session on hospitality and tourism issues. First of all, COVID-19 and the Canadian airline experience will be addressed by Professor Havlovic. Please, Professor Havlovic from Laurentian University, Canada, take the speech and present us your presentation. Upload, please, your PowerPoint. The other ladies need to switch off their cameras. Thank you very much.
Can you see my PowerPoint? Okay. I'll try again.
You will present us how the Canadian airline experience COVID-19 issues, so we can hear the other side of the Atlantic, what is going on with COVID-related issues. In the morning, we heard Singapore. In the afternoon, we heard Singaporean perspective with Zilmiya, and now we can hear what is happening with Canada.
I'm just working on trying to get my desktop to show.
This is the last session, and tomorrow we also have the third day of the conference. We will have our Professor Sigala, our invited speaker. We start again 4 o'clock in the afternoon Greek time, and we can broadcast live. So you may watch us on the third day of the conference, and we also have announced since yesterday that next year our conference will take place in Zakynthos, hopefully with COVID-19 issues. And then the next year in 2022, we all hope to be joining Laurentian University, Canada. And also, you know that the Icsimat community travels all over the world and has experiential tourism activities. We will visit Niagara Falls as well. So now we are ready, Steve, to have the presentation.
Nikki, I'm going to do it just orally. I can't get my screen to share, but I think it's okay because I only had 2 tables and they'll be in the proceedings. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Greetings from Canada. I would like to present my research on COVID-19 and the Canadian airline experience. This is a qualitative assessment based on news articles and data from Statistics Canada. Since January 2020, COVID-19 has dramatically impacted air travel. On January 30th, Air Canada stopped all passenger flights to China. The Canadian government had issued an advisory for Canadian citizens and residents to avoid non-essential travel to China. By February, the Global Business Travel Association estimated the coronavirus pandemic could cost the global travel sector US $46.6 billion per month. On March 10th, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic, and Air Canada's last flight departed for Italy as a result of their corona's national lockdown. By mid-March, according to IATA, demand for the business of many airlines had fallen to 0. In May, Air Canada's financial chief officer stated that international travel will be the last segment to recover. By July, the financial situation had gotten worse for the airline sector. It is not clear if all Canadian carriers have the cash to survive. Canadian Airlines employed 40,000 workers before the COVID-19 pandemic. Before COVID-19, Air Canada provided service to 200 airports on 6 continents. In 2019, Air Canada alone operated 1,500 flights daily with 258 aircraft. In 2020, 225 of these 250 aircraft have been parked. By March 18th, Air Canada and WestJet reduced their seat capacity by approximately 50%. Leisure carrier Sunwing Airlines suspended all flights to holiday destinations to focus on bringing Canadians home. By the 3rd week of March, the Canadian tour and airline operator Transat had reduced its workforce by about 70%. Now there's 2 tables that you can't see, so I'm just going to give you the statistics on this from Statistics Canada. By May 21st, overseas travelers to Canada had declined by 94.2%. Then in the second table, monthly airline passengers to and from Canada declined from more than 6 million passengers in January to just 199,000 passengers in April. So this has been just a dramatic change of events for the Canadian Airlines. In terms of financial impact and adjustments, in 2020, Air Canada lost $1 billion Canadian in the first quarter and is daily losing 22 million Canadian dollars a day. By March 30th, regional Porter Airlines and specialty airlines Sunwing and Air Transat suspended operations as a strategy to financially survive the pandemic. By mid-April, WestJet had laid off 1,700 pilots to reduce costs, and in June, WestJet said that 3,333 employees will permanently lose their jobs. By the end of June, Air Canada had laid off 20,000 employees, which is 50% of employment in the Canadian airline sector. Federal financial aid might be necessary to help WestJet and our smaller airlines survive the downturn due to this pandemic. Since Air Canada had a profit of 1.5 billion Canadian dollars in 2019, it is unlikely that they will receive any financial assistance. In order to survive the pandemic, Air Canada raised 5.5 billion Canadian in debt and new equity. Air Canada had a net loss of US $1.26 billion in the second quarter of 2020. Air Canada is now relying on Star Alliance partners United and Lufthansa Airlines to serve international markets. In terms of health and safety, in March, hundreds of Canadian airline employees were in quarantine after possible exposure to COVID-19. Air Canada, WestJet, and Air Transat have had crew members infected by COVID-19. On May 4th, Air Canada announced new safety and sanitation procedures to protect passengers and crew members. In addition to mandatory face masks, their new program includes pre-flight passenger temperature checks, personal hygiene kits, and enhanced cabin cleaning. According to Air Canada's CEO, leaving middle seats open for distancing is not feasible. Selling just 60% of airplane seats is not sustainable. This is a big problem since 72% of Canadians surveyed by Leger and Associates for Canadian Studies say they're not comfortable flying since the decision to relax physical distancing requirements. On July 1st, both Air Canada and WestJet ended their safe seat distancing policies. Canada continues to not allow foreign tourists, even from places with few virus cases. Most business travel is banned, and everyone coming to Canada must stay isolated for 2 weeks, including returning Canadian residents. An official advisory recommends against non-essential travel, and Canada's border with the US remains closed to non-essential travel. Canadian airlines are struggling to recover. COVID-19 cases have been reported among passengers on domestic flights and international flights since June. Canadian airlines are disappointed that the federal government is not providing financial relief to the airlines. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has stood firm on dismissing airline and tourism industry requests to reduce restrictions on international travel. Air Canada, WestJet, and Air Transat resumed a small number of flight routes over the summer. However, interprovincial travel bans and the 14-day travel quarantines remain a barrier to travel. France and the United Kingdom now allow Canadians to travel across their borders, but the UK requires self-isolation for 14 days. And when Canadians residents return home from international locations, they are still expected to self-quarantine for 14 days. The recovery of the Canadian airline sector is going to take time. Air Canada is confident business travel will resume, but leisure travelers will drive the first wave of the recovery in air travel. Air Canada said it will be 3 years before travel demand recovers to 2019 levels. My conclusions. Canadian snowbirds who spend their winters in warm climates are less likely to do so in 2021. People aged 60 and older are especially reluctant to travel. An effective vaccine against COVID-19 is essential for a complete recovery of the airline industry. An effective COVID-19 vaccine is not predicted until 2021. The next several years will remain financially difficult for the Canadian airline sector as a result of COVID-19, and some small carriers may have to file for bankruptcy. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I apologize that I wasn't able to share my screen with you.
It doesn't matter. Thank you very much, Steve. I would like to ask questions that they come. Can you please tell us how can the government contribute in the airline industry?
I think a big contribution would be financial support for our smaller airlines, particularly Sunwing and Transat that supply tourists going overseas, because it doesn't look like this whole winter season they're going to have many customers and they may not survive. Porter Airlines, which is regional to Florida, as well as regional destinations in Canada, they're not scheduled to attempt reopening for a couple weeks, and if they don't have enough demand for Florida, they may not make it either. So this financial assistance from the federal government is critical.
So it is critical, yes, okay. Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation. I will ask now Magda Pisticou to join. Please switch off your camera, or you can leave so that we can have Magda on screen. Okay, so we ask for Magda to join. And Magda Pisticou will talk about the restaurant industry in the COVID era, a challenge or opportunity. So you may think of yourselves, what are we doing with restaurants? How easy it is to go to restaurants? So Magda will discuss how COVID-19 has influenced restaurants. Thank you very much, Magda.
Thank you, Nikki. And I would like to say hi to all the Icsimat community. I hope next time it will be closer than through the web. So let me please share my presentation. Just give me 1 second. Is that okay, Nikki? Okay, thank you. Okay, 1 second. Please confirm that you may see my presentation. Is that okay? Great. Okay. So the topic, as you previously mentioned, is how restaurants industry performed during the COVID-19 era. And actually, the aim of this paper, this research, is to examine the impact that COVID-19 had on the restaurant industry worldwide and in the local context as well, and to identify the key future trends that, due to COVID-19, will arise in the food environment. First, it would be nice to start with a timeline of the COVID-19 appearance, first on a global context and then on a national level as well. So on December 2019, we had the first incidents of the disease. A bit later on January 2020, the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 as a global public health emergency. It was the first, let's say, official announcement regarding COVID-19. Only 2 months after, and when it was quite spread, the whole case, on March 2020, again, the World Health Organization announced that now we are talking about a global pandemic that the whole world had to deal with. Let's move on a bit and explore the timeline in a national context. In Greece, on February, we had the first COVID-19 case diagnosed. And only 1 month after, in March, the government decided to proceed with a lockdown. On February 2020, though, we already recorded 5 million cancellations from the bookings that were expected to arrive in tourism season of 2020. And only in June 2020, the lockdown ended. Let's see some first statistics. One of the things that I should note here is that it's quite new as an incident, so statistics are always coming forward. We have new statistics, new numbers from month to month, and this is constantly changing. However, one of the first, and I would say one of the most impressive, is one survey published by Open Table, and it focuses on the USA restaurant industry, where they record 100% decline in-sitting bookings at restaurant, pubs, and inns. You may realize what this figure states. Also, 83% of restaurant workers in USA lost their jobs due to COVID-19. 22,000 restaurant workers in UK, and until now, 100,000 restaurant workers were paused. It's, let's say, a medium state. They are not fired, but they cannot work, and they are supported financially by the Greek government in Greece. So it's not only, let's say, the income that restaurants lost, but also a lot of people lost their jobs as well. Which are the factors? The factors that influence COVID and the restaurants is in three main areas, we could say. It's the type of the restaurant, it's the location, and the online presence. What does this mean? It means that based on the restaurant, or based on the location of the restaurant, or whether the restaurant had a digital presence or not, the impact due to COVID-19 was different. For example, as surveys point out, if a restaurant was located near a city center, due to the high density, due to the social distancing measures, the influence, the impact was greater compared to a restaurant located in a village. The same applies in cases we had restaurants who had before already an established online presence. For example, in online presence, when a restaurant had a very strong digital presence, customers were already loyal, and they already found, let's say, a safe place, and they knew, for example, what the restaurant looked like, the dish, the menu, and so on. Also, research points out that people are looking for a sense of the community.
Sorry,
Nikki? Nikki, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we lost you, yes, for 1 minute, yes, less than 1 minute,
Okay.
20 seconds.
Okay, I will repeat just the part of the online presence. So as we said before, okay, so what I mentioned just now is that there were restaurants who were very strong digitally. They had a very strong digital presence, and customers were already loyal. So in that context, this was in COVID period, during lockdown especially, that still the relations were strong, and customers continue to prefer this kind of restaurants in cases that the restaurant could offer the delivery option to the customers. Which were the challenges in restaurants? First of all, one crucial part and one fact is that the pandemic is constantly evolving. So as the pandemic is evolving, the restaurants are always following and adapting. So every time they find a new status, the pandemic is changing the environment, and again, the restaurants are struggling to adjust. Also is what we mentioned before about online delivery, because there were cases in Greece as well that due to legal directions, the restaurants could not offer online delivery. We have to note here that restaurants, due to when the lockdown occurred, were only allowed to offer their dishes online through delivery or packaged. So in cases that a restaurant could not offer delivery, was forced to shut down for the whole period. Also, a very crucial question is the fact that due to the social distancing measures, how viable a restaurant may be. This means that, for example, if a restaurant has 50 seats, but due to the new health protocols, they are obliged to have 50% capability in the restaurant, there is a new question arises, and it has to do with viability. If costs will be covered, if fixed costs will be covered. Also, a very interesting part is that one. It's the last point I have here, and it has to do about the changing consumer pattern. People are found to spend more time on weighing options before ordering. And actually, before they put an item in their basket, they spend 31% more time per session. So we need to find out, as restaurateurs, we need to find out how we will attract the customers in order for them to prefer our items. What happens in the Greek industry more specific? Let's see. I have to say that this came out after research that I conducted with personal interviews with chefs, F&Bs, and restaurateurs. I will give you in a few seconds some more details on that. The impact. 4 key areas were identified. First of all, one of the impacts was the fixed costs. Costs that when restaurants were forced to lock down, they had raw materials in their fridge. They had materials that they could not do something about it, and they were already paid. So they needed to find what to do, and it was quite difficult. As some of the chefs mentioned, they distributed raw materials to the employees. Also, rent and other fixed costs as power, as water, electricity, these were costs that they continue to pay even though the restaurants were not open. Also, especially fine dining was influenced because you understand that it's quite a more expensive, let's say, sector, and the customers are already they belong to a very specific brand. So what fine dining restaurants decided to do? They immediately changed and launched new menus, and in most cases they launched in the market delivery with fine dining boxes. We saw that in the international scenery as well, but there were also some initiatives here in Greece. Increased costs. When lockdown ended and new protocols were out, the cleaning material and educating the staff in order to offer more, let's say, COVID-19 services, costs increased greatly. We are talking about thousands of euros that each restaurant had to invest in order to be to abide by the laws of the new era. Losses that no one knows when they will be able or how they can recover from other streams of revenue. And why is that? Especially for restaurants in big cities. No conferences. No, because conferences in cities, and not only in cities, are one big revenue stream that creates new opportunities for restaurants in big cities. Corporate events in general, limited tourist season as well, that began in late June, we would say, and up to now, maybe based on the new data that come out, maybe we will have some extension on that until November, but we have to see that. And also, as we mentioned before, lower operation capacity with the 50%, with the distances from table to table and from chair to chair. How restaurants respond to COVID-19? I collected a few examples because there are many from worldwide. You may see, for example, here supporting the vulnerable groups, cooking for homeless and hospital staffs, Amsterdam, Germany, Greece. Here as well, we had many initiatives from restaurants who decided to cook for people who don't have a home, for nurses, and for the whole for doctors who were on the first line of the COVID-19 epidemic. Dining in glass booths. You may see also the construction in the photos. This is in Denmark, and these are private booths where they can, in small groups, people can dine. Another initiative, when quarantine ended, in this case, this was in United Kingdom, and the name of this campaign was Eat Out to Help Out. As you may see, this was an initiative by the government at first, where restaurants offer in half price their dish in order to attract customers and to motivate them to revisit their British restaurants. Last but not least, you may see a 2-star Michelin restaurant, Noma in Copenhagen, and from gourmet menus, they decided to move to more burger menus and this in order to attract more customers and lower as well their costs. So as I mentioned before, this was a survey that I conducted for, and the research methodology was with 20 semi-structured interviews with chefs in city restaurants and hotel restaurants in summer resorts. Women and men, chefs, F&B managers, and restaurant owners were interviewed from all around Greece. The age profile of the participants was 35 to 50 years old, and the interviews took place from the 10th of August till the 10th of September. We have to say that this was the period that mostly the tourism season worked here in Greece as well, so it was quite interesting to hear the views of these people. So what came out from the interview? 86% of the respondents are still afraid that they will lose their jobs and they will close down their restaurants. Also, a 40% believe that this experience, that they will experience salary cuts for sure, and there is, as they mentioned, they are confident that they will lose members of their teams because they, the companies, the restaurants they work, will not be able to support financially all the members of the teams. Also, 30% of the respondents believe that they need to move fast and adjust their business models. Some indicative examples are they are forced to change menus in order to lower their costs, to lower prices. They discuss to work less days, to have restaurants with less days of operation, and also they need, as they said, to use new technologies, and more specifically contactless technology. For example, the menus that they scan with barcode, and they prefer and they ask customers to pay with credit cards. Also, 20% believe that there is an opportunity in crisis, and this is why they move on with new openings. Actually, there are many examples here in Athens and in Thessaloniki and other places throughout Greece with restaurants that decide to open new restaurants as well, with different, maybe let's say more budget-friendly menus and other suggestions that are related to COVID. For example, takeaway and delivery products. Which are the needs that restaurants need to cover? They say that they need tax breaks, they need staff training, they ask for debt repayment breaks by the government and the bank, and also everyone to be allowed delivery. Last but not least, we discussed for new trends and what we think that will be the next day in the restaurant environment. Synergies. we saw a very good example during during the lockdown. We saw synergies. We saw chefs to team up for a good cause. We also see that traditional Greek cuisine, and more specifically new dishes, will be created with an emphasis on local products. This has to do with a more, let's say, in some cases at least, cost-effective idea. And also, comfort food will be the new suggestion for the restaurants. Conclusions. As the respondents point out as well, they say that not all restaurants will survive, but I would like to say a few things here. After long discussions with the people I mentioned before for the purposes of the research, some of them mentioned that maybe COVID was a good, let's say, it was a good incident, good in with a question mark, of course, because in some cases, some restaurants do not perform the way they should be. They are not, let's say, professional as much as they should. So some of the respondents mentioned that maybe this is a good thing because it was about time for the restaurant industry to transform and to move on to the next level. Also, this is clearly related to the second bullet point here, and it has to do with how professionalism is interpreted in the restaurant industry, and for sure, higher level of professionalism is required. This is why we move on to point number 3, where, as many of the professionals mentioned, we need training, training, training. It's very, very important for them to be trained in various aspects, in various topics, in various skills, ideas, and so on. Also, hygiene and safety. This is an area that is very important for the restaurants. And I have to quote here some quotes from the professionals as well. They mentioned that hygiene and safety is something that in many cases was ignored, and they wonder why now, because of COVID, they will pay attention to basic things. So they say that it's good to be back to the basics. Building trust with customers. Customers need to be motivated to revisit the restaurants. They are afraid. They don't feel confident yet to visit the restaurant to eat. They are not sure that all protocols are followed everywhere. So this is something that has to do with marketing as well, with marketing activities on behalf of the restaurants. Government support, we saw before the two key areas with tax and debt repayments that restaurants need. And last but not least, synergies, at least in the Greek environment, restaurants were not, let's say, famous for cooperating the one with the other, whereas now this is more evident in the industry, and we see open ideas and open people to share ideas. So instead of a conclusion, I would say that we need to be kind to the restaurant workers. We need all to wash our hands in front of the house or back of the house. Stay home if sick, have faith, cover your mouth, stay positive, and be kind again to the people who work in the restaurants. Thank you very much, and I'm here at your disposal for questions.
Thank you very much, Magda, for the presentation. We have some questions here regarding do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Regarding, you said the menus change, and also they are asking our friends what is happening with menus. online menus, because menus are also can also transmit COVID-19. So are we moving to applications that we can check in restaurants and we can order on while we tap our mobile phone? What is happening with this issue, please?
Let's start from the second part of the question about how the menus are being transformed. Yes, one key area based on the hygiene protocols that were published is the menu, the paper menu. So many restaurants are moving towards replacing the paper menus with online menus, tablets. They give tablets also to the customers. In some cases, this was more interactive, like they offer the customer the opportunity to create the dish with the help of the tablet, with selecting the key ingredients that they want. We saw an example with a very famous pizza chain, like create your own pizza, and they choose with the help of the tablet the how they will create it. Also, another, let's say, technological gadget that is being initiated in the restaurants in terms of menu is to scan the menu with a barcode with the help of the mobile, and the customer can read the menu from the mobile phone.
Yes, thank you for this question. And do you want to add something more on the menus?
No,
okay.
that was,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Magda, for this informative speech. Now you please need to log out in order for our next delegate to present. Okay, and yes, and I'm asking Professor Macarona to join our discussion here. She can hear us from live, but we are also calling her. To be honest with you, it was an amazing experience. It is an amazing experience to have live stream conference and having also virtual meeting rooms. It's incredible how technology can help us. And voila, Professor Macarona is here. Professor Macarona will discuss immunity passports in the COVID-19 era, facts, fiction, and perspectives. And she comes from the CSR Demokritos. So please, Professor Makaronas, we would like to hear your speech. Share the screen.
Right away. Can everybody see me and hear me? Is it better now? So, hello everyone. My name is Eleni Makarona. I'm kind of the odd person in this conference, and you might be wondering what a physicist might have to tell you and how she can comment on tourism. However, there are some thoughts I would like to share you about the immunity passports. What are the facts, the fictions, and the perspectives? I'm going to start with giving a definition about the immunity passports, what they are or what they will be. I'm going to give you the facts, some parts that are fiction, a general outlook on the perspectives. I'm going to then turn my focus on the hospitality and tourism, and then I'm going to conclude my talk, which are kind of my own thoughts about this subject. So, what is an immunity passport? A COVID-19 immunity passport would be a digital or physical document that certifies that an individual has been infected and is immune to their respiratory syndrome caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. I don't really like the term immunity passport. It sounds a little bit ominous and prohibitive. There are alternative terms like health pass or immunity certificate or a risk-free certificate. But do we actually have them in place, and how would they work? But before I give you this fact, let me see how they would work and what they can attest to. When our body is physically attacked by a virus or a microbe, its first response is to create proteins called immunoglobulins, or else IgG, or And some of them, IgA and Ig, are more related to allergies. When we're infected, the first thing that our body does to fight the new invader is to create the so-called IgM proteins. And these are the ones that are trying to fight and destroy the virus that has attacked us. IgG is a second protein that is made at a later stage during the infection, and this is the one that actually gives the immunity. So in order to be tested, you have to be infected, you have to develop the antibodies, and you have to wait for a few days. Usually IgM appear a few days after the infection, 4 to 5 days, and IgGs a little bit later, about a week or 10 days, so they can be in a measurable quantity. Right now, what happens and how they are done is through a serum or the blood plasma that is used by blood that we're extracting intravenously, and still we do not have it in whole blood test yet. So the fact is that we do not have tests that they actually can tell you that you're immune to the virus. Why? Because we do not really know about anything about immunity. What the tests can do, and this is why they are called antibody tests, is that they determine the existence of the antibodies. We don't have the data yet. We don't have the medical facts because it's way too soon. Also, they have the so-called sensitivity and specificity issues. This is a new virus, and it's very closely related to other coronaviruses. So sometimes we might mix up these antibodies that have been created by another SARS virus. However, a great fact is that more than 100 tests have been applied to the FDA for approval. A lot of companies, startups, and big biodiagnostics companies are really trying very, very hard to find the suitable tests that can tell you whether you have the antibodies in your system, and mostly rely on detecting IgG. Some of them, they're trying to detect both antibodies, IgG and IgM. However, because everything is happening so fast, a lot of the certification, the fast-track certifications that have been issued, they're now being revoked. So there is a trade-off between trying to get a solution fast, but this has to be very sensitive and very specific. And another problem in developing immunity passports, also the antibody tests before them, is that we do not really have the golden standards because we don't have substantial amounts of samples and we don't have enough data, and surely not enough time has passed to make certain that if we detect the antibodies, people can be immune. Having said that, immunity passports are not still in place. We're working on them, and immunity cannot be attested so far. Even the World Health Organization has told us that we have to be a little bit skeptical about the answers. And the only thing we can say right now with all these tests that antibodies have been developed, simply because we do not have all the scientific facts in place. Whole blood testing for minimally invasive collection, again, is not here yet. Most of these tests rely on blood serum or blood plasma. But what we would like to have is to be able to detect everything or the immunity from just a simple finger prick, the same way a diabetic is testing for his glucose. The tools are not yet in place, and there is still hard work to be done, but rest assured that it's being done worldwide. So, and please remember, all these conspiracy theories are still insubstantial. The immunity passports are not here to segregate, but they're here to help. So let's look at the perspectives. What we would like the immunity passports to be able to do. First of all, we want them to be medically accurate. So it means that they have to be sensitive enough and very specific to the COVID-19 disease. We want to be able to provide us with very quick answers between the sample collection and the time we get to the answer, preferably a few minutes. They would have to be portable and easy to use so they can be applied to large amounts of the population. Of course, they have to be cost efficient because health systems cannot afford to have very expensive solutions in order to detect immunity. And as I mentioned before, it would be great if we could have a few blood drops from fingerprints so the tested individuals are not in pain or they do not have to have their blood drawn. Of course, these solutions to work and they work as passports, they need to be able to connect to the cloud. We need AI solutions to use their data and distribute them. And of course, we have to think about telemedicine solutions. Why would we like to have all these technical specifications? What is the perspective and what would be the goal? As antibody tests, not just as passports, all these studies and these tools would help us to study immunity further, to understand it and how long it would last. We know that antibodies are created, but we don't know for how long they stay. Is it a month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 month? We're trying to develop vaccines right now, but we need to make sure that it's a one shot, or is it something that we have to do annually or biannually? They're going to also support seroprevalence studies and, of course, the new antibody treatments that everybody's talking about. Even when they come in place, of course, they will facilitate decentralized testing of more citizens. The idea is to have a very democratized tool, something that everybody can have access to. That's why we need the price to be low. And of course, as we understand immunity, we have a better allocation of resources, especially in triaging and in treatment, and of course in the control measures. If we know that a large part of the population is immune, we can lift all these social distancing measures, we can jumpstart the economies, and we can also give the opportunity to lower resource centers in underdeveloped parts of the world to again restart their economies. And rest assured that this pandemic is not the first and it's not going to be the last. So as soon as we have a tool like an immunity passport or at least an immunity test in our hand, we're going to be ready for the next pandemic. It's kind of a great opportunity to start putting all the pieces together and be ready for the next time. So I'm trying to summarize here that the perspectives are not just economic, because we can jumpstart economies and let people go back to their, let's say, normal way of life. But there is also a great scientific perspective and very high things at stake. And of course, it's going to contribute to a lot of social issues like inclusion, equity, and access to healthcare. So this is again an innovative management conference. So I'm going to give you a SWOT analysis of what immunity passports could do. The strength is it strengthens our knowledge. It's a tool that we can use for more scientific studies. Of course, it's going to be an economy booster while helping us lift all the social measures. And it's going to lift a lot of barriers to people that they do not have primary health care the same way the developed world has. Of course, there are some weaknesses in the picture, and the one I personally see as the biggest one is the ethical and moral implications. This is a new thing, this is a new concept, and we're still missing the legal framework. So all the countries under, again, the World Health Organization, they have to start thinking about how these measures could be applied. And of course, how people are going to socially and culturally accept such a solution as a document that could tell whether they're immune or not, whether they can go back to their work or they still need to be quarantined. However, it's a great opportunity for new products and business models. I was amazed to see not just the scientific community coming together worldwide to find solutions that a lot of all companies that I know of, biodiagnostics, startups and big ones, have stopped really what they have been doing and trying to focus on finding new solutions. It's an exciting time. I know it's a depressing time. I don't want to sound callous. Of course, there is a lot of misery caused by this pandemic, but there is also a great opportunity to get new business models out there, new products, and of course, a more decentralized and democratized diagnostics for everybody. Of course, there are some threats. One of the biggest threats is that people would start to try to get infected intentionally so they can get a passport, so they can get a certificate that they're risk-free. On the other hand, there might be a social stigma associated with somebody that has been known to be infected. And of course, there are going to be a lot of fraudulent activities because there is the delicate issue of personal data. And of course, a lot of people would try to forge them. Trying to focus on the hospitality and tourism, I don't want to be presumptuous and to say that I understand a lot of things about marketing and businesses. Again, I'm a technology provider. This is what I'm trying to think of, how to create new tools for people to use to boost their businesses and make our world a little bit better. But the way I see it from my perspective is that if you can have your employees, when you're working in hospitality, checked and known that they're immune, it's building trust also between the patrons and the clients. Of course, it's going to be safeguarding the health of the employees and the customers as well. And of course, it's going to give a big boost to all travel agencies. A lot of people travel for business and leisure. We heard earlier in this session that traveling and airlines, they have a big problem. If you know that your employees are immune and your staff is immune and people that are going to be welcoming the people traveling, it's going to really boost the local economies that they're really relying on travel. Of course, this is going to help citizens to travel again, because if you're purportedly reported as immune, you can avoid the quarantines between the travel. You can go back to your way of life, or to go around the world in meetings and physical meetings again without having any fear of contracting the disease again. And of course, it's the way I think about it, it's also going to help companies and to build a new profile. We know a lot of companies, they build a profile and their branding, let's say in eco-friendliness or inclusive and equal opportunity environments. If they can attest that their employees are safe, it's again a new way to build the business and to build your new brand. So I'm going to try to wrap up my thoughts. Again, this is a very personal perspective. This is my personal opinion, and I'm going to be using quotes from other people because I'm not that wise. What I want to say is that Professor Weinstein from Harvard, he said that immunity passports are a delicate issue. When they're going to be in place, it might not be the perfect tool, but right now it's the best option that we have. We shouldn't try to go and get an ideal or an 100% perfect solution. This will do, and it's good enough right now. And of course, I want to say it's a brave new world. The world has changed the way we understand it. This pandemic has made us think in a totally different way. In the first session yesterday, I heard a lot about the agility and adaptability that businesses need to create, and I totally agree with them. In a cynical, but at the same time very idealistic way, I don't want to see the world as ominous as Huxley described it in his book, but in a more Darwinian aspect. The species that they manage to adapt to a changing environment. They are ones that survive and thrive. And on closing that remark, and again, I heard a lot of speakers saying it, this is a global challenge. No one can do it by itself. And all the stakeholders from the science, the technology, and the business, they have to come together. And I want to quote John Donne from almost 500 years ago, that no man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent and a part of the main. I want to close by giving special thanks to a great team that we have in Democritus in building biodiagnostic solutions, and especially to Sotiris Kakabakos. He's the one that has taught me everything I know about immunochemistry, because I said I'm a physicist. And we're really looking forward to coming up with a solution sooner than later. And I want to thank you all for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makarona. We have questions, some questions that we summed up. Can they be trusted? You mentioned trust. Can they be trusted, immunity tests, and are they going to be tested to the whole population? What is your opinion about it?
Right now, we don't have immunity passports. We only have antibody tests. Yes, some of them, they can be trusted, but we cannot be 100% sure because, as I said, it's a new disease and we don't have golden standards. We don't have established methods. We are kind of shooting in the dark. We're learning this. It's a work in progress. Every day, new evidence comes in. As I said, again, a lot of certificates are being revoked, but very soon, at least the antibody test, yes, they can and they will be trusted. And yes, since there are going to be the tools to be used to create the immunity passports, yes, we have to trust them. We don't really have another option.
Okay, thank you very, very much. With your presentation, we close the second day of the conference. You may switch off your camera and exit the room. Thank you very much, Professor Makarona. Tomorrow we are having Professor Sigala, and she is our invited speaker, and we will listen to a presentation from our friend Dr. Kontis as well on social media in the COVID era in hotels, 5-star hotels in Attica, Greece, that we didn't present today because we are travelers, we are tourists, and we wanted to celebrate World Tourism Day, not one day, but 2 days. So tomorrow we will have also special papers for the hospitality and tourism. So thank you very, very much for this very productive second day of the conference. To remind or to say to people that they have not heard us, next year we are planning to go to Zakynthos. We have a third day that is going on live stream tomorrow, 4 o'clock Greek time, UTC plus 3 hours. And we are discussing tomorrow very nice and interesting issues as well. Stay tuned. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Icsimat.